All right. We're in the middle of practice for B Squad. About 10 minutes remaining here from Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio. I'm $2 Phil Brilo. We'll give you the wide shot during practice here. We'll review all your bowlers that are bowling here on B Squad, give you some A Squad scores, and some general bowlingness will be happening here from the PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic, presented by UE2, Chris Lindquist, and Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. Enjoy some practice on this fresh application of the 39-foot Mike Albee pattern, and we'll be back once practice concludes. And just about 90 seconds of practice remaining here for our players on B Squad for the 2026 PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic presented by UE2 Chris Lindquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. Thanks everyone for joining us on a Thursday afternoon for some daytime weekday bowling at the professional level. 29 years this regional has been run at Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio. And the only gentleman to win the event 3 times. You see in front of you with Brad Angelo. He's also our defending champion. As Angelo looks to set another record here in Bowling Green to be the only 4-time winner. And he would be one of only 2 players to ever win back-to-back years here in Bowling Green. Last year was on the Monticelli 40. This year on the Albee 39. Practice just about wrapping up, and we'll get you player introductions for all the bowlers on B Squad once we get our announcements to start the squad from Central Regional Director Bobby Jekyll.
Okay, bowlers, open your practice, please. Please recycle those blue stickers and first ball cycle. Spectators and fans, as a reminder, please turn off those cell phones. Place them on silent mode. No flash photography, no flash video, no live streaming, no autographs. All the bowlers bowling, they would greatly appreciate it. Thanks again to Phil Brilo, who is telecasting this throughout the PBA YouTube page, so we can tell everyone to log in. I should say go to the YouTube page and watch you on every pair. Bowlers, when yours come up and you want full recommend to begin your 8 games of qualifying the 2026 PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic, presented by UE2 Chris Lindquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency.
Thank you, Bobby Jekyll, for running another tight ship here in Bowling Green. We are underway. Your players in lanes 1 through 4. Kicking off B Squad. Brad Snell, Brian Schmidt, Mika Koivuniemi, your A, B, and double A respectively on 1 and 2. No 4th bowler on that pair. 3 and 4, Greg Wilmoth, Don Schweier, former PBA 50 world champion Mark Clark, and Ricky Schisler. Schisler, a late add to the roster. Only add so far, so we're at 89, so we're still only taking 29 players to tomorrow. I know we weren't sure if we were going to get that 90th entry with some of the players coming over from the PBA 60 World Championship in Columbus before they make their way to Akron for the PBA 50 Akron Open starting on Saturday. Target score these players are looking to get into the lead with right now would be a plus 245 or better, as Steve Kenyon finished his 8-game block at plus 244 on A Squad. Joe Fulner second, plus 223. Michael Zarnick plus 173 in third. John Conroy overcame some struggles mid-block to get back to plus 163 and end up at 4th. Kevin Gran, 155 final game drop. Gran to plus 115, and Mike Diaz pretty consistent throughout the block. Talked to him after he was done. He was saying he needed to make a couple of ball changes sooner than he actually did. Still a good block. The only other player in triple digits in 6th at plus 108. Jim Beaverson, nice finish to get the plus 88 in 7th. Craig Auerbach 8th at plus 75, and Gary Alstott 9th, plus 73. So that plus 73 number is probably what players here on B Squad are looking at right now, with taking 29 to tomorrow. I mean, it's 9 off of each squad and 2 stragglers. That's, of course, if everything was fair, just, and right in the world. But as we know, it's just simply the top 29 scores after all 3 qualifying squads are completed. We'll advance to tomorrow. Scott, this is a PBA 50 event, so you have bowlers 50 and older in the event. There are a couple special things that our host proprietor here, Bill and Yogi Wamas, have offered to the PBA 60 players and actually PBA 70 players as well. As we mentioned, 29 advancing spots to tomorrow. The top 5 PBA 60 players outside that number will receive a $500 check. And the top 2 PBA 70 players outside the top 29 will also receive a $500 check. So a little incentive, even with a very strong field, lots of PBA50 tour stars in the field. Lots of incentive for the PBA 60 and 70 players to bowl with having a little bit of a, I guess you can call it a bronze parachute if they miss the cash number. I mean, executives get golden parachutes, so I think they'll get a few bucks. That's a bronze parachute. Once again, all the pair feeds are in play on the PBA YouTube channel, so we bounce around here in the main feed like you're going to see right now. We're going to go over and introduce our players on lanes 5 through 8. As we have Dale Schluchter, your A, Ryan Schaefer, your B, Brett Cromwell, your double A, Rudy Revs, Kazamakis, your bowler double B on 5 and 6. Lane 7 and 8, Gordon Kaufman, your A, Rick Sakrychek, your B, Ron Profit is your double A, and your newly minted, newly crowned PBA 60 world champion, Larry Verbal, rounds up your lineup on lane 8, your bowler double B on the scoreboard. He'll be stepping up, though, looking for a double on lane 7. It goes to show you how much this event means to a lot of the PBA Central Regional PBA 50 players. There's some, they will make their way as Verbal. Yeah, I don't blame him. All of a sudden, a bunch of pins dropped to lane 3. I don't blame him for stopping. But he's just bowling along. Has a little time off schedule around his full-time position at Deloria Bowling Supply. And he's going to take advantage of any bowling he can get. Sure, he took $15,000 last night for taking home the PBA 60 World Championship. But he can add another $5,000 to that if he can finish at the top of the winner's circle tomorrow afternoon. As our 29 advancers from qualifying today we'll head to tomorrow's advancers round starting at 10 a.m. Eastern time. And Verbal now faces the Big Four. They'll bowl 4 games added on to their 8-game qualifying totals from today. And the top 16 scores after advances round will move on. 3 games in the round of 16, pile it on, 15-game totals, give us our top 8 advancers into the round of 8. 2 additional games, pile it on, make a 17-game total. And our top 4 bowlers after 17 games will be seeded into a stepladder finals. That stepladder is scheduled to begin at 4 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. You see Schaefer with the sleeper 9-pin behind the 3-6-10. And he just gets the 6 into the 10. Once again, anybody that's watching us today that's on the Veterans Committee vote for PBA Hall of Fame, please consider Ryan Schaefer with his great PBA Tour career, spanned over 3 different decades. 90s, aughts, and teens. top 20 money winner all time. Yeah, he didn't have the automatic weigh-in with the 10 titles or 5 with 2 majors, but definitely proved himself over time. And hopefully Ryan gets in sooner than later into the PBA Hall of Fame. This is my opinion, but I'm going to stick with it. Let's move it down to lanes 11 through, or pardon me, 9 through 12. You see Michael Hagan on lane 10. He's actually your bowler A for your scoreboard on lane 9. Corey Rocktashell, your bowler B. Ken Yokoboski. Pardon me, Yokoboski is your double A. Brad Ansel, your defending champion, is your double B. Next door in 11 and 12, Ron Hurt. You saw Ron on TV on CBS Sports Network with the Ballard Championship. Lost out in the opening match. But what a way to make your splash on the PBA50 Tour by making a network TV show. Hurts your A, Sammy Ventura. 14th year in a row for Sammy here. Sammy's your bowler B. Ted Kalfas, your bowler double A. Dave Taylor. Said I had to be nice to him today. I'll be nice to you, Dave. Dave's your bowler double B on 11 and 12. Yeah, I can't imagine Gary Alstad or Craig Auerbach or Jim Beaverson feeling super confident when they left. I think their confidence might gain or be fully washed out depending on how B Squad ends up finishing today. I mean, we don't know how things are going to go. Sure, you can always try to judge by star power, and I put star power in quotes, on a squad. But that doesn't mean anything if bowlers have off days or bowlers break the lanes down wrong or strange things happen on carry. But I would think anybody in triple digits like Mike Diaz is going to be pretty safe. I guessed earlier it was going to be about plus 60. And if you look at Gary Alstad, or you look at Billy Froberg, plus 64. In 10th after A Squad. Yeah, that's kind of close. I think it's going to creep a few pins higher. You can never really, you make the initial judgment off the strikes you see getting thrown during the practice session yesterday, and saw a few. Then we got to watch the Baker shootout last night they had here for the Pro-Am. That Tom Doherty's team took down the win. A few more strikes thrown by the pros there, but yeah, I was thinking plus 60, but it's probably going to be a little bit higher than that. No perfect games during A Squad. We had Mike Diaz start off with the front 8 this morning. Thanks, everybody, for joining us on PBA YouTube today. Thanks again to Bowl TV and the USBC for relinquishing the rights to live stream this event to 10 on the Deck Productions. And thanks again to Jeff Goodger, Janae Haggerty at the PBA to facilitate this 10 on the Deck production live streaming to PBA YouTube. So some of you may know me from my days back at PBA's Extra Frame or through Flow Bowling or through some of the other independent bowling work I've done over the last decade and a half. or actually almost 2 decades with TV in the Milwaukee area with televised bowling. And thanks for the support again today from you, the viewer. We'll watch Angelo toss here. As he creeps high. Let's get over to our final pairings. There you see Tom Hess coming off the lanes after tossing a strike. 13 and 14, Bill Watts is your A. Bo Gergen is your B. And Tim Bell is your double A on 13 and 14. 15 and 16, Anthony Jovanovic, your A. Tom Hess, your B. Lyle Kuhlman, your double A. And David Rosenberg, your double B. On 15 and 16 for your 30 players. Bowling on B squad. We'll stay here until Jovanovic stops striking as he's the only player in the building. Currently on the front five. Actually, I will correct that statement. As Rock the Shell on 9 and 10 also on the front five. So we'll bounce back to 9 and 10 when Corey Rock the Shell's back up. See if he can continue the stringing of strikes. If you have any questions about this tournament, or any questions about the upcoming PBA50 National Tour stops, drop it in the chat on YouTube. We'll talk about it a little bit more later in the block, the rest of the remaining PBA50 Tour national schedule. They'll have a couple of regionals to bowl if they so choose between those national tour dates as well. That's exactly why this event, normally on a Saturday and Sunday for the tournament, is on a Thursday and Friday this year, as the PBA60 World Series wrapped up last night with Larry Verbal as your champion. Bowlers have the chance to bowl here or take a couple days off. I know bowlers like Pete Weber decided they were going to get some R&R before Akron, as you see Rock the Shell. No, we should have seen Rock the Shell throw a strike. There he is walking off the lane after throwing the strike. So front six for Rock the Shell as well. As Jovanovic. Apparently, the longer your name is, the longer your string of strikes is to start. You're on B squad. Yeah, Jovanovic and Rock the Shell are two of the longest names we have on the roster for B squad. Once they're done in Akron, Rick Zakrajcek, who we see here throwing a shot on lane 8, Zakrajcek hosting a one-day regional at Redmond Recreation in Lorain, Ohio, just outside of Cleveland, as the bowlers are going to be making their way east from Akron to get to the next tour stop. The PBA50 Bud Moore Players Championship in Virginia. Another stop in Virginia, and then they finish the season off coming back a little west into West Virginia. And if you've thought about subscribing to Bowl TV and haven't done it yet, now's the time to do it. You can try it for a month. You're going to get 4 PBA50 Tour national events. You're also going to get the PWBA Striking Against Breast Cancer Mixed Doubles coverage from start to finish in that event as well, and some other major amateur events, including Junior Gold. That'll be starting this weekend up in Minneapolis. So We're glad to be bringing you this for free today on PBA's YouTube channel, but for additional PBA 50 National Tour coverage, give it a try. Get that 1 month subscription or subscription at bowltv.com. So Rock the Chill string came to an end. He went high, left the 3-6-10. Jovanovic now looking for that front 7. So we'll stay here. Let's see if we can get some early fireworks here from Anthony Jovanovic. Mentioned on A Squad about how there's 26 current PBA 50 champions banners in the central region hanging above the lanes. You see the pennants all the way up and down the 16 lanes here in Bowling Green. But some players like Jovanovic, they've won in other regions. A couple of years back in Peoria, Illinois, Jovanovic took down the PBA 50 Midwest Invitational for his first, and at this point only, PBA 50 career title. And unlike a lot of the PBA senior events, every pin counts all the way through. A lot of stops, like even what you're going to see in Akron, they have qualifying and then they have an advancers round, and then they cut to a match play bracket where your past pinfall doesn't matter. But this one here, all 17 games, keep piling on until we get to the top 4 seeded for a step ladder. And no match play as well, so no chance to steal 30 bonus pins here and there just from getting a couple extra victories against common opponents.
I know. I realized that last shot. Because
So perfection over for Jovanovic. However, all frames are filled with marks as he's shooting for a possible 279 here in game 1. We're going to do a little early housekeeping here in our first of 8 games here on B Squad. Your player movement, if you're double tabbing us, if you're watching your favorite player throw every shot on a pair and just keeping us on another tab for the audio. I know a lot of people like to do that with Bowl TV, and they like to do it when we stream events here with 10 on the deck on the PBA YouTube channel. We give you updates. We follow hot hands. We'll follow leaders. And we'll give you the commentary. And one of the things we do as well, let you know how far the players are moving here after game one. And it's pretty easy this time around. Next door to the right. Bowlers you see here on 13 and 14 will go to 15 and 16. The bowlers you see on 15 and 16 make the big walk down to 1 and 2. That move will change after every game. They're not just simply moving one pair to the right all day long. So keep us on here in the Strike Central feed to make sure you get your movement information. So if you're watching on double or triple tabs, you'll be able to follow your favorite player without too many hassles. I'm $2 Phil Brylow, bringing you the PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic presented by UE2 Chris Lindquist and Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. Glad to be here from Almar Lanes once again. And game two will roll on shortly.
Try something else already. Oh yeah. It started getting a little. It was laboring, getting inconsistent. Those were good. Those were good shots off my hand. It just, you know, ball changed that. Last shot was laboring. Exactly. Yeah, I'll take that. Nice game, Mark. Thank you. My probably mine. I just threw it anywhere. I already put it down. Did one person come on? Yeah, so the way it works, the first one. Thank you, Tom. Thanks, brother.
Well, I'll start you with coverage in game 2 of B Squad with Hurt, Ventura, Kalfas, and Taylor on 13 and 14. Watson, Gergen, and Bell, 15 and 16. We'll get over and check in on our defending champion, Brian Angelo, as well, as Angelo came out against the hot start. Game over 250. We'll get you the official rundown of all the B Squad scores. Game 1 as well. And when those come across the wire, we'll also put in the link to the live scoring for you. And pin that to the top of the chat so you can check it out for yourself. There you go. We got that pinned for you so you can check it out. At your convenience, you can also see all the scores coming off of A Squad that are already in the books. you have any questions about this event or about bowling in general, drop them in the chat. If I can't answer them, I'm sure somebody in the chat would be able to. Had some interesting questions during A squad. And maybe we'll get a few more here during B. Well, let's see if Catfish can get the miracle conversion on the 2-8-10. Can't do so. Let's get over to our defending champion is that Brett Angelo bowling on 11-12. Angelo's your double B on your scoreboard. A couple of spares to start this game. Haggett, your A. Rock to show your B, and Yokobaski, your double A on 11-12. 9-10, Kaufman, Zakrychek, Profit, and Verbal. Your foursome on that pair. As soon as we get the scoring update for the first game here on B Squad, we'll run that across the wire for you. And one thing any PBA regional event needs is support from the community and great sponsorship to provide not only the live streaming you're seeing today, but a wonderful prize fund for the bowlers, $5,000 on top for our champion tomorrow after the step ladder. And let's show you some of the great sponsors here, your triple platinum, platinum, and gold sponsors for this Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Open. Lots of sponsors help make this a success. It has been now the 29th edition. And let's share with you some of the silver sponsors as well, with A&S Asphalt, ASD Remodeling, Dill Saver, Beer Co., Classic Products, Decor Internet Service, Doc's Ribcage, Easy Street, JB Construction, Jets Pizza, thanks for providing lunch for the bowlers. Jets, KR Strike Force, Oars Sunoco, Rose Royalty, Turbo Grips, Wall Marketing, and WTG. Seamless Gutters are your silver sponsors for this 29th annual event. Thanks for all the community support here in the Bowling Green area. And we appreciate every one of our sponsors, no matter what the level of sponsorship. Check out Hurt here, looking to get a double on the board. Can't do it, and leaves a gaping split. Back over to Angelo, trying to convert the single pin. Angelo's won 3 times since 2020. Including last year on the Monticelli pattern. It's being a foot shorter and a little different in the oil dispersion. I would think that'd be having some different equipment and different style of equipment in play for Angelo, but I could be wrong. Of course, with all the new releases these bowling ball companies have out year after year, it's not very often that you see a bowling ball in a bag for more than 6 months for some of these players. So after your first game, Ron Hurt leading the field with a 279 opener. Corey Raktashel, 257. Jovanovic, we saw the majority of his 257 as well. Brad Angelo started with 255. Sammy Ventura, 237. Tom Hess at that same number. There you see Yokobaski with the open frame there, but 233 for Ken's opening game. Gordon Kaufman, 223. Michael Haggett, 222. Bo Gergen, 218. Some of the big scorers early in game one. Other notables, Ryan Schaefer, 214. Mika Koibanemi, 211. Mark Clark, 207. And Ricky Schisler, 183. Once again, your live scoring link is pinned to the top of your chat. So with the PBA Tour schedule pretty much complete, other than the striking against breast cancer mixed doubles held in conjunction with the PWBA. And then at the end of August, the Storm Lucky Larson Masters, where Sean Rash is the defending champion. Chris Vai and Brianna Cote are the champions in what's commonly known as the Lucy. That leaves you for PBA50 National Tour action to satisfy your quality bowling thirst. And Saturday we'll start practice for the PBA 50 Akron Open at historic AMF Riviera Lanes in Fairlawn, Ohio. Practice Saturday. Qualifying Sunday, Monday. Match play and step ladder Tuesday, July 14th. Then a short jaunt over to Virginia. Some of the players might stop at Lorain, Ohio for the one-day regional there, hosted by Rick Skrychek. They'll make their way on because July 18th through the 22nd will be the 2026 Budmore PBA 50 Players Championship. Practice on Friday, July 17th. Qualifying, 3 days of qualifying. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, 18, 19, 20 of July. Match play starts July 21st, ends July 22nd, and then the evening of July 22nd, top 5 players go to Bud Moore's estate. Pardon me, Bill Moore's estate, as Bud Moore Lanes in the basement of Bill Moore's home. And they'll have the 5-player step ladder there starting at 7 p.m. on July 22nd. Once again, all your Bowl TV coverage for these PBA 50 national stops. Then a little jaunt over to Norfolk, Virginia. AMF Norfolk Lanes for the PBA 50 Norfolk Classic, July 28th, 29th, and 30th. And wrap up the season with another major, the Giant Petraglia PBA 50 Tournament of Champions. Suburban Lanes in Morgantown, West Virginia, your host, and we will crown our final champion of the PBA 50 Tour season on August 8th. Once again, if you're not already a subscriber to Bowl TV, give them a try. Good time of the year to do it. Lots of PBA 50 Tour action. The striking against breast cancer mixed doubles coverage wall to wall on Bowl TV for that. July 31st, August 1st, 2nd. And then, hey, Junior Gold. Watch all the goings on at Junior Gold. Starting next week. That coverage also on Bowl TV. So Rockdishall really on a roll. That open frame in the second play, open frame in the second frame, keeping it from being perfect through 7. .257 opening game for Rockdishall. Only bowler with a higher game 1 is Ron Hurt. Hurt Evans struggles here after moving pairs. He's right next door on 13 and 14. Hurt looking for his first double coming up. We'll get you over there after the spare attempt by Haggett. Covered nicely. Hurt finished 8th in this event last year. And 10-pin, that helped the cause. Let's get over to Rockdishall. Rockdishall finished 13th last year in this event. Rockdishall had a good run early last year. Finished his qualifying round 215 over. Had a good cash advancers round, 71 over, and then under par with a 162 game in the middle of the round of 16 that ended his hopes of advancing any further that day. And Rockdishall trying to advance on a possible 268 game here in game 2. Once again, I can be a homer for a Wisconsin bowler. Rockdishall living in the greater Milwaukee area. There may be 1 or 2 excessive cheers if he goes all the way. For those of you hearing my voice for the first time, I'm $2 Phil Brilo. Been streaming, broadcasting things with the PBA, for the PBA, part of the PBA for about 13 seasons now. Started with Extra Frame in 2014. Moved over to Flow Bowling with that transition, and then after the pandemic, been doing several events independently every season in conjunction with the PBA. So this is a 10 on the deck production being streamed through PBA YouTube. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Thanks again to the PBA for letting 10 on the deck stream to the YouTube channel for the PBA, and thanks to Bowl TV and USBC for giving the rights to stream this event to 10 on the deck. For those of you thinking about, oh, I got a regional near home, and boy, if I got a little, maybe I can stream it, use a couple of phones or something like that. Yeah, you got to make sure you get permission from Bowl TV. Even the players have to do that. If they do anything live from an event, they would need to get clearance from Bowl TV and USBC, as they are the rights holder for all digital streaming for the PBA. Pattern out here today, 39-foot Mike Albee pattern. About 2.2 to 1 on the ratio, a little over 30 milliliters in the pattern, applied with a Brunswick machine, not a Kegel machine. So all the oil on the forward pass with the Brunswick Max. Slightly asymmetrical. The big bump in the pattern on the left side is from 3rd board to 7th board. Big bump on the right side, 4th board to 8th board. So as we said, just slightly asymmetrical. But you'll see bowlers making that migration, especially on the right side, towards the middle part of the lane, using the outside few boards to the break point. The always seems to be present rule of 31, which can be teased a couple of boards either way, depending on the situation. I've heard more of the rule of 33 nowadays with the equipment, especially in a flatter pattern. You're probably looking at about 6th to 8th board for your break point for many of these players. Of course, how they're playing through the front part of the lane is going to determine that as well. Somebody like Sammy Ventura is going to use a little more belly out to the lane. Or Corey Rocktischel. Than what we might see with a Larry Verbal or Yokobaski. So if you have any questions about this event or about the PBA50 tour in general, drop it in the chat. If I can't answer it, maybe somebody in the chat can. We had several good questions during our chat session this morning on A Squad. I'm sure we can get a few questions answered for you here on B as well. After Yokobaski throws, we'll take a peek in on Ron Hurt, and Ron is not having a pleasant time here in game 2. .136 in the 8th on an open. That strike there still gives him a chance at 196, but falling off that 279 game. Got to be painful for Hurt at the moment. Kirsten, you have 8 games in the qualifying block. You can afford a slip here and there. We saw that with John Conroy. On A Squad this morning, Conroy comes out of the gate at 130 over and throws 170, 160 back to back and still managed to finish in triple digits on his scorecard after 8 games. You got to take the good with the bad. You got to take the ups and the downs. You got to take the left and the rights, and you got to take the strikes and the open frames when you're out here on the PBA Regional Tour. Your player movement from game 2 to game 3. Skip a pair, land on the second. The players you see here on 11 and 12 are going to go to 15 and 16. 9 and 10 will go to 13 and 14. So you'll be getting, if you're double tabbing us, watching your favorite player, you're going to be jumping into a new set of streams on your PBA YouTube channel. And we're going to go down after Rocktischel throws the second one here in the 10th as Anthony Jovanovic, another player, had a solid game, game 1, had 257 just like Rocktischel. down to Jovanovic, you'll see him stepping into your picture on lane 1, coming in left side of your screen. Looking for a possible 279 here in game 2. Will the 4 go? No, it gets hit, but does not fall. But with a mark here, another game of the 250s for Jovanovic. Another game of the 250s for Rockdashell. And our defending champion, Brett Angelo, starting out of the gates, 255 and a possible 245 if he strikes on his fill ball. So you always got to keep your eyes on Brett Angelo here at Alomar Lanes because he's always going to be in contention. Game 3 coming up next from Alomar Lanes in Bowling Green, Kentucky. Kentucky, Ohio, Bowling Green, Ohio. My goodness, that's the first time I messed that one up today.
Jerk and I were talking.
Yikes, Schluchter draws air on that spare attempt. And a 10th frame finish, so 183. We're going to stick with a couple of our players near the top of the leaderboard on 15 and 16. With your defending champion, Brad Angelo. He's your double B. Corey Rockdashell's had a couple of solid games to start. He'll be 100 over for 2. Rockdashell, your bowler B on 15 and 16. Rounding out those lanes, Michael Haggart, your A. Ken Yokobaski, your double A. Next door, Kaufman's, Krychek, Profit, and Verbal on 13 and 14. We'll get you a 2-game scoring update momentarily. So there's a question in the chat about urethane usage. Yeah, as long as it's a 78 durometer manufactured urethane, it's allowed in PBA50 regional and national competition. Unlike the PBA Tour, where all bowling balls need to be manufactured after January 2024, that requirement not in effect at the regional level, either for the PBA Tour or the PBA50 regional tour. But urethanes all need to be 78D manufactured, so you're not going to see anybody sneaking in old Purple Hammers or other old urethanes. It has to be on the approved urethane or urethane-like list the PBA publishes every month or so in order to use urethane in a PBA regional event. So waiting on that 2-game scoring update. We got that link pinned for you on the top of the chat. Hey, Dan Knowlton, thanks for answering that question. Safe travels up here to Akron. Good luck when you get here. Four more events for you to be battling things through with the other players on the PBA50 National Tour. I'll be watching a few of the events. I got one event I got a conflict with that won't be able to watch too much of the Bud Moore PBA50 Players Championship until the finals, but that is such a cool place. And that's the one, if you ask any PBA50 player, if they were able to guaranteed they'd make one event finals in a year, not win the event, to make an event finals in a year, wherever they want it to be at, I bet you at least 65, 70% of the bowlers would say Bud Moore Lanes. Just such a unique setting. Tulane's and Bill Moore's home. All the memorabilia that's along with it. Watching the score get marked down on a telescore, that's another beautiful thing. I got swerved. I thought Ryan was going to shake my hand. I was talking to somebody in the crowd. But yeah, it's just something you don't have at many other places. In Milwaukee, where I'm from, lucky enough to have Holler House. Speaking of 2 lanes in a basement, the world's oldest continuously certified lanes. They're still the original wood. And we don't even have telescores when we do some of our Brew City bowling shows there. We're marking it down on a big old sheet of paper on the sidewalls. And the sidewalls are right on top of 1 and 2. There's no walkway, there's nothing like that. And the over-the-top ball return. It is a tight space at Howler House, but if you're ever in Milwaukee, around the 21st and Lincoln area, or even if you're not around that area, if you're within an hour of Milwaukee, see if you can get yourself into Howler House and tour some genuine bowling history. And I've been lucky enough with the PBA to stream 2 USA versus the World events in 2-lane bowling centers. First one was Tommy Jones versus Belmo at Howler House in 2023. And then this year for the USA versus the World telecast, the captain's roll-off between E.J. Tackett and Belmo was held at the International Bowling Museum and Hall of Fame in Arlington, Texas. The newest installed wood lanes in the country, which is kind of funny when you think about a bowling museum having something new. But those lanes were pristine as E.J. Tackett came out of the gates at the front 7. If you didn't see either of those live streams and want to see some unique bowling venues, there you go. Look for USA versus the World on the PBA YouTube channel. After B Squad here is done, before we start C Squad, we're going to start C Squad. I'm going to say closer to 7:30 with the pacing of play right now. 7:30 Eastern will be the start time. So we made that change on the YouTube channel for you. So if you have your notifications set for PBA YouTube whenever we go live, you'll know when we go live for C Squad, and you'll be able to hop on and watch a little later this evening. So here we go, 2 games in on B Squad. Jovanovic, your leader, plus 114. Rock the Shell, second, plus 112. Tom Hess. Great game for Hess on 1 and 2. That's never the easiest pair. And I'll tell you what, if you told a bowler he had to bowl on 15 and 16 and 1 and 2 and walked off with plus 106, they would take it every time. Your defending champion, Brad Angelo, 4th on the squad, plus 99. Ron Hurt still stays in 5th. Overcame some early game 2 struggles. Still is at plus 74. Gordy Kaufman, plus 47. Michael Haggett, plus 36. Sammy Ventura, plus 34. Ryan Schaefer plus 29, and Mika Koivuniemen plus 25. Round out your top 10 on B squad. So the scoring pace here on B so far starting a little lower than what A squad did earlier today. So that's a little bit surprising to me. We'll check in with Hess and Jovanovic shortly as they're on 5 and 6. See what Rock the Shell can do here. Beverage frame. 10 back. Nice toss. Over to Jovanovic coming up. Trying to get the 2, 4, 5, 7 chops. And now 2 open frames in his first 3 frames for Jovanovic. So we had 6 bowlers on A squad in triple digits by the end of 8 games on that squad. Right now, with the average, we're on pace for 10 bowlers here on B squad, but of course, there's a lot of bowling to go, and there's a lot of ways these bowlers can change up this 39-foot Mike Albee pattern from pair to pair. All right, we're going to throw us out into the bowling universe again. Feel free to either peruse your thought personally or throw in the chat. We can have a little debate about it. Not the points part of the PBA Tour season is over for the kids tour, as these PBA50 players like to call it. EJ Tackett leading the points list, took down the World Championship at Thunderbolt in Detroit last month. One would figure he would be the prohibitive favorite in the player vote for Player of the Year. It would be his 4th consecutive. It would be the first time anyone in PBA history has won 4 consecutive Players of the Year awards. But let's talk about Rookie of the Year. You got Brandon Bonta, made a splash. came in with his exemption as one of the top 3 collegiate players graduating in 2025. Comes into the 2026 season, opens up with a win, closing it out with a perfect game against E.J. Tackett, the PBA Players Championship in the greater Dallas-Fort Worth area to kick off the PBA on CW season. Bonta with a couple other TV appearances as well, but that was his only title. Other bowler up, I would think, for Rookie of the Year that you couldn't go wrong voting for is Alex Horton. Horton wins in the major with the Tournament of Champions. He had to make his way through the PTQ in that event, as he had only won a PBA regional event a few weeks prior to the TOC. Oh, we almost had a we almost had the 7-10 conversion by Larry Verbal. My goodness, if he would have made that, we would have gone for the replay. So Horton wins the TOC, then a few weeks later wins the Shark Championship at the World Series of Bowling. One thing Horton did not have coming into the 2026 season was an exemption. So events such as a standard tour event, the Illinois Open, the Indiana Open, where Bonta would have been exempt even if he wouldn't have won the title in Dallas to kick off the season. Horton had to fight through those, finally broke through, got a couple of cashes, and then had the big breakthrough at the TOC, and then piled on again with a second title. Bonta's got a little bit more in wins for money, about $30,000 more, definitely dominant in points. Bonta 3rd overall in points on the season on the tour, where Horton's in 18th. But is that second title enough to make the difference, especially when you think about how Horton had to fight through events where Bonta had an exemption from his collegiate career, basically. If I had a vote, if media is allowed to vote sometime in the future again, I know we used to have a vote in on Player of the Year and Rookie of the Year, I'd throw my vote at Alex Horton with 2 wins. Nothing against Brandon Bonta. It was a hell of a season. Hell of a way to have a coming out party at the Players Championship. I mean, you can't go wrong either way with naming either of those quality bowlers Rookie of the Year. I mean, Spencer Robarge, obviously 4 different rookie titleists this year. But Austin Grammer, other than the title, really didn't have a quality season. Robarge, solid. Horton, good. Bonta, pretty darn good. I know, I've just always been one where you just look at the, you look at the number of trophies on the mantelpiece and not the numbers in the checkbook. Bowlers always say the check always spends, but the trophy stays gathering dust forever. And I kind of fully agree with them when it comes to an award like Player of the Year. I mean, if there's a comeback Player of the Year award, I don't know necessarily really a comeback, but Darren Tang going to throwing a majority of his events two-handed now. Being the first PBA Tour titleist to win with one hand and two hands. That'd be a good comeback. Comeback of the year vote, if there was such a category. I mean, it's a little more cut and dry. On the PBA 50 tour, because that's not up to a player vote. That is simply points earned on the PBA 50 tour. And man, you see bowling here with Jovanovic, Kuhlman, and Rosenberg. Tom Hess has a pretty substantial lead in the PBA 50 points list over Tom Doherty. Chris Barnes in third, Mika Koivuniemen in fourth. Randy Weiss has had a great season. Finally took down his first PBA 50 title. Weiss currently in fifth overall in points. We'll have to wait to get the updated PBA 60 tour points list after the PBA 60 World Series of Bowling to see where that stands. One would think Larry Verbal would be near the top. Parker Bone could be there as well. Parker had the win at the Super Senior Classic in Las Vegas. Those are your two PBA 60 majors on the season. Not sure what PBA 50 players are eligible for PBA 50 Rookie of the Year. And last year was Tom Doherty. He was pretty runaway for that. We know it's not Liz Johnson. Liz bowled in several PBA 50 events before, but how about that showing with the victory at the PBA South Shore Open for Liz, historic PBA host. I mean, we talk about Almar Lanes here in Bowling Green hosting for 29 consecutive years at the regional level. I mean, there's been over 40 years of PBA hosting at Olympia Lanes in Hammond for PBA and PBA 50 tour events. Pretty impressive. I said everything's open to debate. Yeah, you could kind of, well, you could say Marshall Kent too. Kent's got 2 titles. Zach's got a title and a half, thanks to, you know, AJ Chapman's ankle. No. I mean, you can't really count a doubles title as half a title, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways you can look at it. It's just that it's just so dominating for AJ, or for EJ, I'm sorry. I mean, just, he earned more points in majors than everybody else did in a full tour season. It's just phenomenal. I mean, it's one of those things you may never see again on tour. Being that dominant in the majors for a season, even though there's only 1 win out of it. I mean, just phenomenal. It's up to the player vote. I can see the player vote fully going for Brandon Banta. I mean, I don't think it's going to be unanimous. I think there's still going to be some bowlers that would think the same way. You know, what'd you win lately? And Horton, you know, a major and a regular title. Banta with a major. Sure, there's all kinds of ways you can look at. That's the fun part about, you know, having, you know, a little bit of a debate like that, where it's not cut and dried. Hey, it's just points, and Banta's a runaway. You know, runaway winner because he had that many more points than Horton did. I mean, it's a couple different situations too, because, you know, player of the year, there's never been a player that's come out of bowling PTQs and won player of the year. I mean, even though PTQs are only recent again, since just before the pandemic. But for what Horton did, having to bowl all those PTQs to try to get in a position to win, bowling those extra games, the extra pressure of going, you're going to have the rest of the week off if these 8 games suck. I mean, that just adds a little bit more in my mind to me to where, you know, Bonta walking in knew, hey, I got a year to try to do something here. I don't have to worry about getting aced out day 1 of the tournament. I know I'm going to be going in 2-3 days deep, depending on the format of the event. And he made it happen. Hey, made it happen in his first one with the Players' Championship. Gave a lot of people at CW something to look at with that 300 game. And I'm really looking forward to the partnership again in 2027 with the PBA and CW. I think Rick Allen and Kyle Sherman, solid job. Rick's always looking to learn more and more about the sport. And Rob Stone was the same way when Rob first came on. Rob wasn't a bowler, and he learned, and he listened, and made it entertaining. Rick did the same thing. And for Kyle, first year, kind of thrust into the spotlight in a short period of time. He didn't have a lot of time to work on. You know, here's my broadcast style. Here's what I'm going to do. Sure, doing YouTube videos is one thing. Heck, live streaming bowling and talking about it like I'm doing right now is one thing. I'm not even close to being in the class of a Rick Allen or Rob Stone or Dave Lamont. Dave does a great job on Bowl TV. But they've been there in those chairs for a lot of years. And they keep working. So I can't wait for the 27th season on CW. I don't know how much more we can do with technology. We've got the strike tracker, the ball going down the lane. What else can we do? Maybe a drone that follows the ball overhead as it goes down the lane, so you get a different perspective of all the balls moving. I mean, it's always one thing to see it move lane level, 6 or 7 feet above the lane, 10 feet above the lane, maybe with the cameras in some places. But, yeah, to be able to actually see it from foul line to near the head pin, watch the ball go left to right from dead above it, I think that'd be pretty cool. All right, CW, I gave you the idea. You have the technology. You can make it happen. So your bowlers between Game 3 and Game 4 are going to skip 2 pairs, land on the 3rd. So the players you see here right now on 5 and 6, we're going to go to 11 and 12. 7 and 8 go to 13 and 14. Like I said, if you get questions or you got a topic you think some of the bowlers might want to bounce off each other, because I know there's a lot of diehards watching right now. If you're watching bowling on a Thursday afternoon, you're a fan of the PBA50. Mika takes them all down. So skip 2 pairs, land on the 3rd. And we'll have our 4th game of B squad qualifying coming up after player movement here for the PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic. Presented by UE2, Chris Lindquist, and Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. C Squad will hit the lanes tonight about 7:30 with the pacing we have now. I know it was originally scheduled for 7, but we already moved those times back on the PBA YouTube channel for you. Some of the notables we're going to see at that time include Tony Johnson, Eddie Graham, John Burbidge, John Marsala, 2-time champion here, C.K. Moore, author of A Perfect Game while winning the 1996 Columbia 300 Open, John Rakowski, Dan Higgins Jr., who finished in the top 4 here last year, your senior master champion, Chris Warren, Tom Adcock, Randy Weiss, PBA50 Tour champion, Don Hogue, Eugene McCune, John Dudek, and your reigning PBA50 world champion, Tom Doherty, all hitting the lanes at 7:30 tonight for C Squad. Let's get you underway here on Game 4 B Squad. Start you in the first 4 lanes. Dale Shoot is your A, Ryan Schaefer your B, Brett Cromwell your double A, Rudy Kazamakis your bowler double B. Next door coming in 3 and 4 will be Gordon Kaufman, Rick Krychek, Ron Profit, and your PBA60 world champion from last night, Larry Verbal. Verbal's having some issues with 710s today. I've seen 3 of them from him so far. Seems to be throwing the ball well, just not finding a way to get all 10 down. And sometimes that's the way it happens. We've all been there as bowlers. Find the pocket, find the pocket, find the pocket, but just can't find a way to get through the pocket the right way to get all 10 down. As soon as we get that B Squad 3-game update across the wire, we'll pass it along. Once again, if you want to follow your favorite player on the live scoring link, it's in the chat for you, pinned to the top of it. A little later this game, we'll talk about the upcoming Striking Against Breast Cancer mixed doubles. The last event on the North American continent for the PBA Tour in 2026, as they'll have an event end of August in Sweden. Once again, the Lucky Larson Masters. We'll talk about that a little later as well. There's going to be a lot of big tour names on that list. Mark Clark just stopped by the booth. He goes, the good news is I'm still alive for the Almar Rib Dinner. If you were here for A Squad, gave you the story, but let's recap once again. For many years, we've streamed in cold water, whether it was Extra Frame, Flow Bowling, or 10 on the Deck. 10 on the Deck, we've streamed there the last couple of years as well. And back when I was with Extra Frame, we came up with the Omelet Award. The omelets are 3-egg omelets, big, fluffy, really good. And myself and a couple people at Playmore Lanes and Coldwater decided, hey, let's make an award out of this. It's so tough to get 200 games, all 8 games in a block there. They said it's rarely been done. Let's make it where if somebody throws 200 or better every game, all 8 games in their block, they'll buy them breakfast on Sunday morning. They'll buy them an omelet, so we nicknamed it the Omelet Award. I think there's actually still a trophy floating around Playmore somewhere that Lee Kaiser made, who's now at WCSM Radio in Salina, Ohio. And so it became kind of, and I was talking to Bill about that because they're good friends. Playmore Lane's one of the sponsors here, and Almar, one of the sponsors of the event in Coldwater. That'll be the second weekend in August. Actually, third, because it's there's a split weekend between July and August this year. Yeah, July 31st, August 1st and 2nd is the Lucy, the Striking Against Breast Cancer mixed doubles. So anyway, back to our story. Sorry to diverge there. Bill last night, after I told him the story, goes, we should make it where somebody gets 200 or better every game of their block today. We'll buy them a rib dinner Friday night. That's their Friday night special here at Almar Lanes, is a rack of ribs. Bill, let's do it. He figures he might have to give away a few racks of ribs. The lanes here not as tough as the lanes in Coldwater. No matter what pattern you throw on in Coldwater, they always play different and tough from pair to pair, and they take pride in that fact in Coldwater. Even the league bowlers there take pride in that fact, that they bowl at such a tough place. And so we announced it on A Squad this morning to all the bowlers, and there was one bowler that had a chance going into Game 8. There was only one bowler on the squad that had all 200 games going in, and that was our leader at the time, Joe Fulner. And unfortunately for Fulner, he missed a 3-6 in the 10th frame, slid behind it for a 192 game, and no ribs to be had. So Mark Clark, we made the announcement on B Squad. Mark came over. He just told me, yeah, the good news is I'm still in the running for the ribs. Haven't had a game under 200 yet. Bad news is I'm plus 11. So all games in the 2-0 range. I don't know if that would necessarily count as a consolation prize for Mark Clark if he misses the top 29 and keeps throwing 2-0 games. One would think he'd turn it around, catch a few, but it's, professional bowlers take food seriously, especially free food. And if you have a chance for a good full rack of ribs here at Almar Lanes, they're going to chase it down. I have no doubt in my mind. I'm going to be having a rack of those ribs tomorrow night myself once I'm done tearing down after the stepladder. I'm going to enjoy every nibble, every morsel of those ribs, and we'll see if any of the players here on B Squad, we'll start looking at it a little more intently after Game 5 with our top players to see who's in the running for the Almar Ribs Award. We know that our bowlers in the top 5 will still be most likely eligible after 3 games. But we'll do the full check after 5 for you. Anybody here bowl in the center that gives some unique awards for, let's say, a particular score or achievement or perfect game? I mean, Bayside Bowl's pretty cool. If you've never been there, Bayside, you shoot 300, you get your name on a brick for all eternity. I know some other centers that copy that. I know at Lehigh Lanes in Florida, they've done that too. They've done the 300 game brick. Steel City Bowl and Brews, they do something similar as well for 300s and 800s. Not sure if it's a brick or a plaque on the wall or something of that nature. But something that's definitely permanent inside the bowling center, which is pretty cool. If your center does something pretty unique for an award for your league bowlers or tournaments or that kind of thing, I'd like to hear about it in the chat. So somebody in the chat say they like Rudy Rev's jersey right now. He's down on 1 and 2. Let's see if we can sneak a peek in on that jersey again when it comes up. So here we go. Your leaders on B Squad after 3 games. Corey Rockdashell, plus 144. Ryan Schaefer, big game 3 for Ryan Schaefer with 268. Get Schaefer to plus 97. Tom Hess, plus 94 in 3rd. Jovanovic in 4th, plus 87. Haggett, 5th on the squad, plus 73. Ron Hurt drops to 6th on the squad, plus 68. Puts Sammy Ventura at that same number. Your defending champion, Brad Angelo, finds some struggles in game 3 with just a 166 to leave him at plus 65. And Tim Bell rounds things out, plus 49 for your top 10 after 3 on the squad. There's the jersey for Revs. Relatively subdued, but still showing his personality. So there you see Schaefer, another bowler that loves designing jerseys. To show things he wants to show. There is a primate with a sporting object jersey, not to be worn in PBA50 competition, but it's quite amusing that Ryan had made. Seen pictures of it on social media. Gonna take a quick peek in on 2025 world champion Mark Clark. He's gonna be stepping up on lane 16. He's ruining his streak of 2-0 games. Or a chance to here. He's got the front 3. Let's see if he gets the front 4 here. There you go. Stop those 2-0 games in a hurry there, Mark. Other notables in the field here. Mika Koivuniemen at plus 41 after 3. We already mentioned Mark Clark at plus 11. Your world champion from last night for the PBA60, Larry Verbal, 15 under. Bo Gergen at 32 under. And Rudy Revs, 45 under. after 3 games. Just was walking by Rock the Shell. Over on 5 and 6. And left the 210. The 4th frame converted it. I mean, the guy's having a day so far. And you gotta, I mean, when you do well the year before, you know, you finish in the top 16 out of a quality field. I mean, basically national tour level field. I mean, you just look at other players last year that were in the top 10. Brad Angelo won. Michael Clark Jr. was 2nd. Bill Fabian 3rd. Dan Higgins Jr. 4th. John Rakowski 5th. Mark Clark 6th. Bill Watson 7th. Ron Hurt 8th. Randy Weiss 9th. Chris Barnes 10th. Yeah, that's a bunch of slouches right there. I mean, that's a PBA50 national tour stop quality roster for that top 10. And to have the confidence walking back in the building doing, even though it's a different pattern, using different equipment you did last year. We'll actually check in with Rock the Shell in a moment. You know, just that confidence factor. It's a thing for Brad Angelo as well. It's a confidence factor. He's going to come back. He just shot 166, but he's not going to let that hold him back. You know, the interesting thing too with Rock the Shell and Angelo on the same pair. I mean, distinctly different styles, distinctly different ways that they're playing the lane, but both having, Rock the Shell having a really good day today. Angelo was 100 over after his first 2. Sure gave 30 plus of it back with that 166 game, but still sitting, you know, in the top 6 or 7 on the squad at plus 65. When you win here 3 times in 6 years, on 3 different patterns, you're going to feel good even after a bad game, knowing that your past experience can help you right the ship. Yokobaski. Not the greatest starts, minus 43 for his first three, trying to bring it back here, but open frame in the beverage frame. Never a good thing, and that one stays wide. Lucky to leave just the 10. I thought that was going to be 210 potential there. Michael Haggett sitting at plus 73 for his first three games. 222, 214, 237, pretty consistent to this point. However, Haggett finding some struggles here. Lanes 5 and 6. After Angelo makes his toss here, we'll go up and check on the bowler. Currently third in the standings on the squad, Tom Hess, plus 94 for Hess. .237, .269, great start, but then 188 in game 3 will leave Hess ribless for Friday night. Well, unless he purchases his own ribs, if he's still hanging around here at Almar Lanes. So Rock to Shell looking for another double here. Keep the symmetry going of this game. Not going to happen, and a huge break there. Take the 10 down. You'll see Hess stepping up momentarily for his sixth frame on lane 11. Hess with the distinctive TH medallion etched into his jersey. One of my favorites in the booth on Bowl TV. Actually, he's more of my favorite when he's on the sideline. Really like the sideline reporting during match play rounds, things of that nature for Tom. He's been there, he's done it, he knows the experience. Some great follow-up questions. Yeah, it's does a great job with that during the PBA Tour season. And there we go for Hess, first double of a game after a rare single pin miss in the second frame. Let's jump back down. Check in on second place Ryan Schaefer. Schaefer, your B on the scoreboard on 1 and 2, so there's a three-bagger sandwiched between a couple of spares and a couple additional strikes. Schaefer's plus 97. 215, 214, 268 to get to that number. You'll see Schaefer come into the left side of your screen on lane 1 momentarily. Wow, Verbal with another 710. He's got to be thinking to himself, did I use all my carry last night in the stepladder? I mean, sure, if one of them stands, that's fine. And a great toss by Schaefer for another double. One of them stands for Verbal. Okay, I think he can handle it, but now that's got to be his 5th pocket 710 in less than 4 total games. That's just painful. I've already made the request at the annual Linus golf outing in Coldwater to be paired up with Larry Verbal in my cart again. Just so I can say I golfed with a world champion. I don't have to tell him what sport. I can just say I golfed with a world champion. What sport? Doesn't matter. He's a world champion. Comedian out there. He used to be on 30 Rock, and he's quite humorous, and he quite a different take on comedy with Judah Friedlander. If you've ever seen him, if you remember from 30 Rock, longer hair, always wore a hat, always wore stuff that said world champion on it because he's the world champion. I always wanted to say I golfed with a world champion. Doesn't matter what it is. Judah Friedlander, he's the world champion. What of? Who cares? World champion. He's actually the world champion of karate death matches for charity. If you've seen his routine. And if you've seen the routine, don't pull it up at work. It is definitely a not safe for work routine when he talks about being the world champion. So Rock to show with a rare open frame. 7th frame leaves him at 134 in the 7th. We'll check in on him when he steps up in the 8th. Schaefer can't get the 10 to go. Still having a solid game. He still gets 237 with a conversion and all 3 in the 10th. I believe at the 40 frame game, now that that's back in Las Vegas, you can do the bingo, bango, bongo. So before Schaefer fires at that, we'll give you the radio call in the spare attempt. We'll get back to Brett Angelo, your defending champion. See the line that Angelo is currently playing right now is he's gone Dutch for his first 7 frames. Looking to end that here. Put up a double in the 8th. That planned for drift to the left, and the 6 just gets the 10 out. That 6 pin would have a little bit higher. Would have wrapped around the neck of the pin and left it standing. It's a possible 240. For Angelo. Rockdale takes them all down, so he's still looking for 224. Well, we got a big game going up on 13 and 14. We'll join that in a moment. Brian Schmidt, minus 32 after his first 3 games, looking to possibly put up 279 here. In game number 4, he's crossing with Mika Koivuniemen. Mika currently at plus 41. He'll possibly add 3 to that plus if he gets them all in the 10th. He's got 2 of them already. They're also crossing with Brad Snell. Snell minus 45 and Mika now minus 46. And Schmidt throws that one a bit wide, 2-4-10. Still be back in the plus. Still has room to make the climb out of the hole he started with his first 3 games. Mika's team last night in the Baker Shootout, he was paired up with 4 amateurs. They bid $600 to be on the team with him, and they turned that into a pretty good investment, $150 a player invested, and they walked out with $500 a player, as that team took second place for $2,500, and Mika even received his share of that $2,500, split equally. So that's why the Baker Shootout here is one of the Pro-Ams the PBA50 players really look forward to, because it's not an appearance fee that they get for being here. It's competition. Tom Doherty last night walked out here with $840 from the Pro-Am. Normally it would have been at $50. Hey, thanks for bowling. Here's your $50 for bowling. Get a bounce. Almost there for Schmidt, but he ends up at 244, but he's back in the plus. Is that Verbal with another? My goodness. Larry Verbal with another 710. You see it standing there on lane 4. That's just painful. Meanwhile, Rockdale keeps putting X's on the board. Well, Larry, if you leave it enough times, one of these times you got to pop out a 10 pin and take the 7 out, right? My goodness. Well, give it a tease once again. Back-to-back 710s on that lane. 8th frame, 10th frame, leaves him at 171. That's just painful. So not only are we reaching the halfway point on B Squad, but we're also reaching the halfway point in our broadcasting day here on PBA YouTube, as we had 8 games on A Squad. We're 4 games through 8 games here on B Squad, and we're going to have 8 games tonight on C Squad. C Squad, I know it's at 7 o'clock on the published schedule on the PBA.com website, but we're going to bump it back to 7:30 with the pace of play. But just keep your notifications active. PBA YouTube channel, and when we go live for C Squad, you'll get that notification and can join us on that as well. Your player movement between Game 4 and Game 5, just moving a pair to the right. So 1 and 2 goes to 3 and 4, 3 and 4 goes to 5 and 6, and all the way across the house. I'm $2 Phil Brylow, bringing you all the action. Thanks for joining us on PBA YouTube today. I know it's a little weird having a regional to watch on a Thursday afternoon, but it's good to have. It's good to be different, and that's what we're doing this weekend. That's not a weekend because it's a Thursday and Friday. Game 5 coming up next here from Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio. 2026 PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial. Central Midwest Classic presented by UE2, Chris Lindquist, and Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. All right, let's get you started here on 1 through 4. Ryan Schaefer was sitting in the top 3. On this pair, he's your bowler B, bowling with Schluchter, Cromwell, and Kazamakis, a.k.a. Rudy Revs. Next door on 1 and 2, it's going to be Wilmoth, Schauer, Mark Clark, and Schisler, as Clark finds a way to a 7-10. Boy, they're starting to. I've seen more 7-10s right now here on B Squad, especially out of Larry Verbal. Larry says he's only had 5. I thought he had 6. I just ran down to check in with him. But we are seeing a lot of 7-10s starting to rear their ugly heads here. Set of Almar Lanes. We'll get you a 4-game scoring update as soon as it comes across the wire, and we'll talk a little bit about the Striking Against Breast Cancer mixed doubles coming up at the end of the month. The last North American Continental event for the PBA Tour. Teaming up with the PWBA in 2026. Well, Lane Vault, what's cracking these days? Not a lot in the chat, apparently. But thanks for tuning in and watching here from Bowling Green, Ohio. As we just passed the halfway mark in qualifying. All of A, half of B done. Half of B, all of C remain. Here for the Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Open presented by UE2, Chris Lindquist, Progressive, and Gerdeman Insurance Agency. C Squad will hit the lanes tonight right around, 7:30 or so. Tom Doherty, your reigning PBA50 world champion, among the big notables on that squad. Eugene McCune, PBA Tour titleist multiple times and PBA50 Tour titleist as well. Randy Weiss just won his first PBA50 Tour title a couple weeks ago in Anderson, Indiana. Bill Fabian made the step ladder here last year. Also threw a 300 game during the event. Chris Warren, multiple-time PBA 50 Tour winner and PBA Tour winner. C.K. Moore, 300 game on television in the 1996 Columbia 300 Open when he took down that title. Dan Higgins Jr., another step ladder finalist last year. And Eddie Graham, former PBA 50 Rookie of the Year. So lots of quality bowlers coming in to be seen on C Squad at 7:30. No PBA 50 schedule for 2027 yet. No PBA schedule for 2027 yet. I think they're both going to be out a little bit quicker this year than they were last year. I actually think the 2026 schedule for the PBA 50 didn't get released until after the first of the year once they had everything finalized. But I know that they're working hard on things right now. I've heard some things. I mean, I'm not a PBA employee. This is actually a 10 on the Deck production that's being streamed to PBA YouTube. We have received the rights to stream from Bowl TV and USB-C, and then 10 on the Deck works with the PBA to stream on their YouTube channel, and I am 10 on the deck. So I'm $2 Phil Brylo. I'm 10 on the deck. I'm your producer, director, audio engineer, cameraman, grunt for 24 games of qualifying today. You got me. But thanks again to Bill and Yogi Wamas for bringing me in here. Always appreciate that. Fourth of the time in the last 5 years we've been here. And hope to be coming down here for a few more years to come. You can't live stream forever. Some of us I mean, I've been bowling broadcasting almost 20 years now. We started in Milwaukee in 2007. Took a challenge up from somebody, said bring a TV show back, bowling show back. Went to one of the local cable stations and said, hey, you put bowling on the air? It was Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. For those of you that might have what's now Spectrum in your area. We had a Time Warner Cable Sports Channel in Wisconsin. They said, no, we won't produce bowling, but if you send us a show, we'll put it on the air. Bought a bunch of used equipment, took a chance. And it's been almost 20 years of near insanity. Producing bowling at local levels, being part of crews at national levels and international levels. I've live streamed bowling from Japan. I've live streamed been part of the live stream crew for the IBF World Championships in 2023 from Kuwait. So I've been around for a while. 10 on the deck. Yeah, I do have a YouTube channel. Thanks for subscribing, Lane Vault. Yeah, you'll see all the local TV shows that we do in Milwaukee. We made AJ Johnson a TV star before he became a PBA star. One of the most watched videos we have on our YouTube channel. AJ Johnson winning the 2012 Sean Yona Memorial Championship. That was a really big youth event in Wisconsin back in the aughts and the teens. And we used to televise that every year. And they always had some big names that would hang out with the kids. And AJ Johnson received his trophy from Parker Bone III. And Parker said, I'm going to be so glad I'm retired from the tour before you get there. At the time, AJ was a college freshman. Of course, he was a college senior. That's when he made the championship match at the USBC Masters. And I bet some of the lessons learned from AJ, the times he was on TV when he was young, still work for him when he's at PBA events and on PBA TV shows now. AJ, the first time AJ was on TV with us, he was 17. On some of the shows we had back in 2010. Some of our early shows, 2008, 2009, and maybe some of the 2010 shows, we had to lose from YouTube, unfortunately, just with space availability that we needed. And unfortunately, those are lost to the ether, except for the DVDs the kids that bowled in those TV shows still have. We had Marshall Kent on a trio show once when he was in college. We almost had Liz Johnson on one of our TV shows when we did a women's trios event. Liz's team just missed the TV show. She was living in the Chicagoland area for a while. She drove up for that event. Yeah, we've had a few faces on our local TV shows in Wisconsin. But when Spectrum, Time Warner Sports became Spectrum Sports, and then after a few years on Spectrum, they made the change from all their local sports channels to become local news channels, so we kind of lost our outlet. But that was when things were really picking up with Extra Frame and Flow Bowling, so I kind of shifted my focus and started live streaming some local events on occasion. And then a couple of years ago, got a call from a TV station, over-the-air TV station in Milwaukee, and they go, hey, would you want to bring bowling back on the air? And I'm like, yeah, if I can bring back this particular format from the 70s and 80s that was more of a game show than bowling. I mean, bowling's on it, but when you're only bowling 4 frames, it's kind of a game show. called The Bowling Game, and they let us do it. And we have a lot of our Brew City Bowling Show episodes on that 10 on the Deck YouTube channel. So check it out. It's pretty fun. Bowlers of all ages and abilities. Doesn't matter. When you're bowling 4 frames, anything can happen. We actually had a bowler that this past season that averaged probably 170 when he did bowl league. He hadn't bowled league in a while. He came back home to bowl with his dad on TV. And he put together 6 strikes in a row, which is the max you can do, obviously. 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th frames is 6 strikes. And he won about $1,300 of the prizes. He won a 2-night midweek stay at Circle Las Vegas. He won a great steak dinner for 2 at a really fine steakhouse in Milwaukee called Henry Flax. Yeah, it won a whole ton of stuff. So it's great to be highlighting bowling back on TV. And we've changed up the formats a little bit. We've done a couple scratch events here and there. But most of our season is 5-player teams, 4 frames, and bowl the season finale at Holler House. Little 2 lanes in the basement. It's like producing a TV show in the back of a semi-trailer. It's fun to do. It's myself, my wife, and a cameraman. We're a really small crew, but we love the sport of bowling, and my wife lets me get away with it. My lovely wife is home holding down the fort right now. She might be getting out of work in a little while. And yeah, lets me get out here and stream some events that Bowl TV and the PBA are kind enough to work with me on, and at the regional level. And this is the best PBA50 regional, in my opinion. Once again, my opinion, in the country. $5,000 first place prize tomorrow. A couple of great regionals I hope to be streaming in August in Minster and Coldwater. I mean, Minster's $4,000 for first. Coldwater's $10,000 for first. Coldwater was a national stop in the Extra Frame Tour for a couple of seasons. And the Davidson family, the Hardings family down there, working with the Kill family in Delphos, and they're back-to-back-to-back stops over about 10 days, about an hour and a half away from here tops in northwestern Ohio. And along with those prize funds, Brunswick and some local sponsors like WCSM Radio put together the Brunswick Cup, and whoever has the most points accrued out of those 3 events, they'll have a separate points list. And if you're on top, you're going to get $4,000 in bonus money thanks to that Brunswick Cup and WCSM Radio. I hope I got the call letters right. Oh, I think it's WCSM. Yikes. Sorry, Lee. I know you work hard at getting everything done. WCSM Radio. Apologize, Lee. I had the letters all there. I just didn't have them in the right order. Lane fault. Wow. Bowling against Robert Smith on TV. Yeah, that had to be pretty darn cool. What TV station in California was putting on? That's pretty cool in LA if they were putting on bowling back in the, I would have to assume the 90s. Late 80s, early 90s. Hi, Tom S.
I was good. Yeah, because I suck right now.
Sorry to hear that, sir. Well, yeah, good luck in your PBA50 event. And, you know, I mentioned it before. I'm going to mention it again. I'm going to bring the ticker on here because you got to have good local sponsorship to really have. I mean, that's what makes the prize fund here in Bowling Green. That's what makes the prize fund in Minster. That's what makes the prize fund in Coldwater. Big local sponsors. And this is just the list of the triple platinum, platinum, and gold sponsors you see scrolling across your screen right now. That doesn't include about 20 silver sponsors and about 20 bronze sponsors as well. They help bring us here. They help us cover our live stream expenses because I'd love to do it for free, but I got, mileage to pay for and hotel and stuff to pay for. And, Bill and Yogi Wamas are kind enough to bring me in and cover all that for me. And same thing in Coldwater, same thing in Minster. And hope to be bringing you those in August. We're still working on things with Bowl TV and USBC, but we've done it the last couple of years. Hope to be doing it again. And there's some big names. I mean, we mentioned about how this is practically a PBA50 tour stop here in Bowling Green. It's practically a national tour stop, and at one point in time, it was a national tour stop in Coldwater. And it's pretty much the same thing in Minster and Delphus as well, especially with that extra bonus money. I mean, your champions last year in Minster, Ethan Fiore, PBA Tour player extraordinaire. Now, Brett Lloyd, up-and-coming young player, just graduated from college recently, took down Zach Tackett in the finals to win that $10,000 first-place prize. So, like I said, hope to be bringing those to you in August. Once plans are set, we'll announce it on the $2 Fill, 10 on the Deck Productions Facebook page. And you can plan your viewing for those couple of weekends in August. Here's your four-game scoring update. Ryan Schaefer, your leader. There you see Schaefer tossing one down, taking them all down right now. He's not your leader. He's second plus 121. Corey Rochtashell is your leader. We'll check in on Rochtashell on 7 and 8 as Rochtashell stepping up. Rochtashell plus 147. Jovanovic plus 110 in third. Angelo in fourth, plus 104. Hess in fifth. For a guy that says he sucks right now, he's doing okay at plus 91. Tim Bell plus 86. Sammy Ventura plus 63. Ron Hurt plus 52. Zakrajcek plus 51. Koivu plus 44. Round out your top 10 on the squad. So a little work to do for some of these players to advance to bowl competition tomorrow. And once again, one thing that's in the back of some bowlers' minds is that Almar Rib Award. The bowler shoots 200 or better all 8 games of their qualifying round. They will have dinner on Almar with the great ribs they have here on Friday night. So halfway through the round, 6 bowlers still eligible. All 4 games at 200 or better. Rochtashell, Schaefer, Angelo. 5 bowlers. Start that list again. Rochtashell, Schaefer, Angelo, Bell. Yeah, Mark Clark. Clark, 207, 203, 201, 224. He's plus 35. He's trying to make a charge up the leaderboard, but he still can get himself a rack of ribs for tomorrow night. If he can keep those last 4 games all over 200. Something tells me they won't just be baby 200s. He could be trying to make a charge back towards tomorrow's competition. Because ribs always taste better when you have a check from the event you bowled in and won them in your hand. Take a peek back in on second place Schaefer. Possible 267 if he gets now the last 5 in this game. Dale Schluchter sitting at +1 for his first 4 games. On the spare, use your score A. We just mentioned Schaefer, your bowler B. Cromwell, your bowler double A, at -30 for his first 4. And Rudy Revs -41 for 4. So Rudy Revs has got some work to do as bowler double B on that pair. Mark Clark really having a bad game here. He can still get the 204. He's got to punch out to do it to save any chance of getting some Friday night ribs. And probably keep his momentum trying to make it to competition tomorrow. Ricky Schisler at +4 for his first 4. And he's going to go back to the minus this game if he puts an open in there anywhere in the 9th and 10th frames. Wilmonth well under through 4. He's your bowler A. And Schubert well under after 4 as your bowler B on 1 and 2. Well, we mentioned, and we caught the end of last game for Brian Schmidt. He had a chance to put 279 on the board, opened in the 10th, only ended up at 244. Schmidt going for 256 this game. Crossing with Mika Koivuniemen, Brad Snell. Koivuniemen at +44 after 4, and Mika has a chance for 267 this game. Snell having some struggles. We'll get over to 15 and 16 momentarily with Mika and Schmidt looking to finish strong, looking to continue climbing the leaderboard. And bye-bye ribs for Mark Clark. And we mentioned 1 and 2 can be a finicky pair compared to the rest. It's kind of showing its colors right now for these players. The good news is everybody has to hit 1 and 2 during their 8 games of qualifying. The bad news is everybody has to hit 1 and 2 during their 8 games of qualifying. Schaefer looking for the big finish here. Boy, if he can get to 267 this game, he'll have some pretty solid footing getting into the overall lead on the day. Working on the way towards tomorrow. Well, Tom Hess having some struggles. He came up to the booth. You heard him. Not having a fun time on 13 and 14. Mika looking for the conversion. Tickles the 10 down, can get to 247. Plus 91 would be his total. And that would be looking pretty good towards tomorrow. Throw a couple more 220 games, and Mika's going to be in solid shape. And Hess finds trouble on the spare attempt. 205 now. The max for the Hall of Famer. Well, Schmidt hits the pocket this time in the 10th frame, but it doesn't quite get enough scramble to take down the 7-pin, but spare here. Put 225 on the board. Get yourself at plus 37 with 3 to go. Anything can happen. We saw John Conroy today put up 730 for 3. Got past some mid-block struggles and then finished strong as well. To get himself some continued action tomorrow. So Mika gets the plus 91, making that run up the board. We'll check back in with our leader, Rockdashell, in a moment. He just left the 10-pin, 8th frame, covered by Schmidt. There's Rockdashell, late age, shooting 10-pin covered. Let's look at 214. He is with Schaefer. Schaefer might be taking over the lead on the squad. Schaefer's going to be stepping up in the 10th frame shortly. Looking for his chance. Yeah, 267. Oh, almost another 710. This time it would have been for Rockdashell. So Schaefer with the chance for 267. Close out game 5. Your player movement from game 5 to game 6. Skip 2 pairs, land on the 3rd. So the players you see here on 1 and 2 going to make their way down to 7 and 8. 3 and 4 will go to 9 and 10. Graphics department working a little slow. They must have had a little midday lag with their lunch. because we're just finishing Game 5. Coming up next, Game 6 of B Squad here from Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio. The 2026 PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic. Presented by UE2, Chris Lindquist, Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. Thanks, everybody, for joining us here with the 16 lanes in play. Everybody hits every pair once. Only 16 lanes here at Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio, and it's a fun 16 lanes to be a part of on a Thursday afternoon. Apologies for the audio cut out there. We got a microphone that picks up all of our noise from across the bowling center. They call it an ambient mic. And we had a couple of bowlers that decided that they were going to put our equipment directly underneath their equipment. So I didn't want everybody at home all of a sudden hearing a bowling ball tossed on top of a microphone. Heard that a couple times already in the squad. So we got some stuff moved, got it fixed, and we're back with lanes 1 through 4 here in Game 6 of B Squad. C Squad will take the lanes roughly around 7:30 at the pace we're bowling at right now. It's going to take, if they get done with this by 6:15 or so, 6:20 they'll start oiling lanes. Yeah, they'll start practice right about 7:30. So we'll keep the start time there for now. May have to make an adjustment depending on pace of play for the last 3 games here. Starting off on lanes 1 through 4 here in Game 6. 1 and 2, you've got Bill Watson, Bo Gergen, Tim Bell. Next door, Jovanovic, Hess, Kuhlman, and Rosenberg. Jovanovic having a solid day. Hess, up and down day. Kuhlman and Rosenberg got some work to do if they want to see competition tomorrow. Tim Bell on 1 and 2 having a solid day. Bell was top 10 on the squad after 4. Like I said, waiting on that 5-game scoring update. Once we get it, we'll forward that info to you. You do also have the scoring link for the standings pinned to the top of your chat here on the PBA YouTube channel. We'll take a peek back in on our most likely new leader of the squad, Ryan Schaefer, in a couple of frames. Schaefer just getting ready to get underway. 9 and 10. During A Squad, we talked about how the Striking Against Breast Cancer Mixed Doubles Tournament, last PBA Tour title awarding event on the North American continent for 2026 is happening in Houston, July 31st through August 2nd. Mentioned some of the teams that are going their qualifying rounds on Friday during A Squad. There's some solid teams getting put together as well on Saturday for the final 2 qualifying squads of that event before they will have their roll-offs and match play on Sunday. And some of the teams you're going to see Saturday morning: Santu Havanainen and Stephanie Johnson, Anthony Simonson and Danielle McCune Urbano, Ella Keplinger, Hope Gramley, Alexis and Brandon Runk, Kevin Williams, Lindsay Boomershine, DJ Archer, Anita Mann Arnett. She doesn't bowl a lot on the PWBA anymore, but she's a threat for any event she bowls to, and she's local to the Houston area. Of course, DJ bowled for many, many years in Texas. Marshall Kent and Diana Zavyalova. Crystal Elliott, Frankly Lavoie. Ethan Fiore, Danielle Henderson. EJ Tackett bowling with Deandra as Beatty. Remember, EJ's won that tournament 3 times with 3 different partners. Good to see CDB, Carolyn Doran Ballard, in the event, bowling with Paul Fleming. Sydney Brummett, Brandon Bonta, another good young team. Victoria Verano, Landon Jordan. Yeah, there is some serious firepower. Tom Hess bowling with Kira Maxim. So lots of powerhouse teams, and sometimes you get a surprise team or two out of the amateur end of the equation that threatens to make a run at that Storm PBA, PWBA Striking Against Breast Cancer mixed doubles tournament the last day of July and the first 2 days of August. So looking forward to seeing that event. Only way to watch it is on Bowl TV. Like I said, it's a great time. If you haven't tried Bowl TV yet, get a 1-month subscription. Give it a try. You're going to get the last 4 PBA50 Tour national events. You'll get the Striking Against Breast Cancer mixed doubles. You'll get some junior gold to watch as well. Get your subscription, bowltv.com. Want to thank them again for giving us the rights to stream this event on PBA YouTube. Want to thank PBA for letting us access their YouTube channel to stream the 29th annual Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Open, presented by UE2, Chris Lindquist, Progressive, and Gerdeman Insurance Agency. Thanks again to Bill and Yogi Wamas for bringing 10 on the Deck Productions in for this awesome event. And the crowd really starting to fill in now. People getting out of work here in Bowling Green. So it's a little unusual being a Thursday, Friday this year, where most years past it was a Saturday, Sunday for the tournament proper. Didn't stop the Baker shootout from filling the house last night, being a Wednesday night, as 16 teams of 4-player amateurs came into Almar Lane's bid on their PBA50 professional to join their team. All that money raised in the auction was added to the entry fees for the prize fund. Almost $10,000. I've never heard of a pro-am having a $10,000 prize fund before. Pretty cool to have. And Tom Doherty's team took the win over Mika Koyanemi's team after 16 Baker games. Let's take a peek in, go on the high end here. Let's check in on Ryan Schaefer. Schaefer, your leader on the squad after 5 games, plus 175. Brad Angelo, he had some struggles early, but bounced back after 166 game in game 3, 239, 257 for Angelo to get to plus 161. And second on the squad, Corey Rocktashell stays in third, loses his rib dinner eligibility with a 192 in game 5. Ron Hurt bounces back. After opening with a 279, Hurt went 195, 194, 184, but bounces back with a 256 in game 5. Hurt at plus 108. Jovanovic at plus 108 as well. Tom Hess fought back on a rough game, finished with 205, striking out in the 9th and 10th. He's at plus 96. And Mika Koivuniemen, we caught his finish as Mika at plus 91. Tim Bell hanging tough, plus 85, but Bell hit 1 and 2 and unfortunately came up a pin short of 200. 199 takes him out of the running of the ribs. So that leaves us with two bowlers that are rib eligible, Ryan Schaefer and Mika Koivuniemen, and they're going to need to stay above 200 or at 200 or above their last 3 games in order to take advantage of a free rib dinner here at Almar Lanes tomorrow night after the step ladder. I guarantee you there's some bowlers out there that when they finish this round and they have one game like 192 and everything else over 200, I guarantee you they're pissed about missing out on the free rib dinner. I remember Chris Prather's reaction a few years back when he shot 199 and missed out on the omelet award in Coldwater. He was genuinely upset. He came to the booth after he was done with the block. He goes, I can't believe I let the omelet get away. Hey, former PBA LBC National Championships Open Division champion Mark Blaha, good to see you. I'm sure you're pretty busy up in the Minneapolis area. I'm not sure if you're helping out at Junior Gold at all, but you're going to have a lot of young players that if they're not up there already, they'll be there soon. And hopefully it's a good time for all those players at Junior Gold. I know everybody will treat them very well in Minneapolis. Boy, just looking across these pairs, you look at Verbal with the head pin whiff, Rudy Revs 210, Zakrychek washout, Rock the Shell. You just saw him try to pick up the 2-8-10. Oh, it's getting to the point of the blocking now where if you make a bad shot, it is a multiple pin leave, and you're not getting away with, oh, it's going to hook late and maybe just leave a 2-pin. Saw it during A squad too. It just kind of seemed like the later it got in the block, the more the errant shot paid a bit of a maximum penalty. Somebody asking about reactive or urethane. I did see some urethane on the left side earlier. Maybe a couple players on the right side early, but the way the pattern has been moved around right now, I don't see urethane in too many players' hands anymore. It looks like everybody is, or at least everybody that's scoring is in reactive. There's Schaefer again. Oh, wrap on the 10-pin. Yeah, with the 39-foot Albee pattern, yeah, you're going to see some players, even with, let's say, senior rev rates, just try to control the lane early. You got 21 feet of dry, but even with lower rev rates, it's still going to change the pattern a bit, and depending on what pair you hit, you might be able to get away with it if you're on 1 and 2 or 15 and 16 a little bit longer, just because of the characteristics of the pairs. But yeah, I don't see looking around, if anybody does have a urethane on the rack, and it doesn't look like anybody has it, they'd probably just be using it for a spare. So let's check in after Sakrychek makes his spare attempt here. We'll check in on Rockdashell and Angelo on 13 and 14. They've been pretty much pacing each other all afternoon long. Rockdashell with the spare, but yikes. 3 opens the first 4 frames for the man from Wisconsin. Angelo not faring much better. The only difference for Angelo, he's got a double up there, 4 or 5 after opens in the first and third. The only player look like they're having a decent look on this pair is a player that has a different line and a different role. With Yokobaski playing direct off the right outside part of the lane. Angelo and Rockdashell a bit deeper. And I see Michael Haggett. Like I said, if you see urethane right now, you're only seeing it out of a lefty or two. Haggett just switched from one black urethane ball to another black urethane ball. I'll let you guess on your own. The brand and type. Schluchter, it would not surprise me if he's using an ice. I can't unfortunately tell for here, and unfortunately I can't get at the players area from where I'm at. So if you check on the live scoring link about how Ryan Schaefer's doing, you'll find out he's first on the squad at the moment, but now he's facing a pretty big split. We'll get over to him momentarily. As Rockdashell now looking at another possible open frame. My goodness, what's going on? Everybody's starting to find a bit of trouble. Here you see Schaefer. He's going to be trying to convert 2-4 at 10. His lane mate Cromwell just made the mirror image with the 3-6-7. Let's see if Schaefer took a note or two. Schaefer, one of 2 bowlers in the running for the Almar Rib Dinner Award. If they can get all 8 games at 200 or better on the scorecard, how about it? 2-4-10, not a problem for Ryan Schaefer. Next time I see Schluchter's up, we'll make a switch over so you can take kind of a little more educated look at it. Plus, we'll take a look at Mika Koivuniemi. Mika's been making a climb. Mika's the other bowler eligible for the Almar Rib Dinner at the moment. And Mika's in a solid game right now. He's got a chance to get to 269 if he strikes out in the 9th and 10th. While we were away, Rockdashell picked up that 210. Rockdashell can still get to 200, but he's going to have to get the last 6 strikes to do it. Boy, if it's not a good shot right now, it seems to be a pretty ugly result at the end of the lane for the players. If you're a Ron Profit fan, unfortunately, Ron looks like he's dropped with a injury. Hopefully nothing serious. I didn't see him leave the lanes, but now posting zeros where Mark's score used to be, or where Ron's score used to be. Let's head next door. Let's check in Mark Clark. He's trying to make a climb up the leaderboard. Got stopped pretty firm on 1 and 2 last game. But let's see what Mika can do here. Try to get in the triple digits and keep the hope for ribs alive. Already 9th frame. The possible 269. He's not going to catch Schaefer. Schaefer can get to 245. But he can pass quite a few players on the leaderboard with a big finish. Here comes Mika into your left side of your screen. You like it, Mika? You thought you liked it, and you almost really liked it. You almost got the roll on the 2-pin. All right, here's Schisler. I can't see through the bowlers to see what's in his hand, so maybe you'll get a good look at it in the backswing or down the lane. I know somebody's questioning if it was an ice. I'm not sure if that's an ice or not, but then again, I don't keep up on a lot of new bowling balls. I'm the play-by-play guy. My color analyst is the one that keeps up on the bowling balls. But a good trip 4 there by Schisler. Problem is for Ricky, he's running out of games. And he's sitting back at +5 after 5. He was at +4 after 4, so we know the pace that Schisler's at right now, 201. Schluchter looking for 4 in a row. Mika looking for another big game to try to close the gap on Schaefer. Problem is, Schaefer's throwing a solid game himself here in Game 6. So Mika finds trouble. Probably looking at a 224 game, barring the miracle conversion. And he knows it's painful on the score sheet for the moment. When you could throw in 248 up there. Doesn't get there for Mika, but he's still Almar Rip dinner eligible with 2 games to go. Barring a full disaster, Ryan Schaefer will keep his chance at the Almar Rip dinner award. Rolling on as well. Corey Rockshell is going to tumble down the standings this game. 103 in the 7th, spare in the 8th. Can max out for 183. Yeah, not a bad save considering he had 45 in the 4th, but oof, that's going to hurt. And Schaefer gave that one a little extra. Lucky to leave just the 3-pin. So we're going to let our bowlers finish the 6th game of B Squad. Your player movement from Game 6 to Game 7. Skip a pair, land on the 2nd. So Schaefer and company going to make their way down to 13 and 14. Kaufman and company making their way to the end pair, 15 and 16. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in for some weekday afternoon bowling from Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio. The 2026 PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic presented by UE2, Chris Lindquist, and Progressive and Gerdeman Insurance Agency. Keeps rolling on. I'm $2 Phil. We'll have a special guest in the booth with us in Game 7. Looking forward to having a chat with this gentleman and talking about the PBA Tour back when it was the real grind. It's one of my favorite times of the year because, first of all, it's Bowling Green, Ohio. It's gorgeous around here. Great support in the community for Almar Lanes and this Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic. And I get to talk to a man that's, you know, he may not have been the biggest name on the PBA Tour, but you saw his name in the caching standings quite often back in the day, and that's Mickey Hyam. Mickey, how you doing, sir?
I'm great.
Good to hear, good to hear. And are you and Bill, I'm not going to reveal your ages, but are you and Bill Wymas the same age?
Almost.
Almost the same age. Okay.
He's an old man, 10 days older than I am.
10 days.
Yeah.
So he said he started bowling when he was eligible to bowl this event. He created it. So then I can imagine you were here for were you here for the first event or no? Were you still living somewhere else at the time?
I was not. I was in Chicago at the time, so I was bowling out of the central region.
Okay. And you were a couple times in that region. You were Senior Player of the Year back in the aughts. So you had a pretty good senior regional career as well and did some nice cashing in some national tour events.
Yeah. 8 regular regional wins and then 10 senior regional wins. And the one year that I won here, I won 3 other events too.
Yeah.
So I was, regional bowler of the year.
And, this event, one of the longest running PBA regional events, especially on the PBA50 side at 29 years. But you're familiar with Olympia Lanes and Hammond, and I mean, it's got to be close to 40 years for them between PBA Tour and PBA50 Tour events for them. Do you have a memory about Highland Lanes that stands out for you since you were in that area for a while?
Highland Lanes.
Or I'm sorry, Olympia Lanes in Highland. I'm sorry,
okay.
I crossed it up there. Olympia Lanes in Hammond, Indiana. Apologies.
Not that I can remember.
Okay.
Not that center.
Not that center.
No.
So it's just amazing that there's so many centers. Of course, with the Houston family in Milwaukee Bowl in Oregon, they've hosted PBA regional events since they started. They got to be, if not at 50 years, over 50 years, because the regional program started in the mid 60s, if I remember correctly.
Very first tournament I bowled, it was in St. Louis at Pat Patterson Center.
Okay.
Yeah. It had to be, it was the year Martin Luther King got shot.
So late 60s, 68 or 69 then. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So so the regional program, they're getting close to the 60-year mark as well. So
it's
PBA
amazing how much it's grown.
Yeah.
It was an experiment at the time. Like I said, I bowled that first tournament at Pat Patterson Center, and we had 17 bowlers.
Okay.
And they had 16 in the finals. Don't ask me who was at 17th because I don't remember.
And they probably never bowled a PBA event again.
Possibly not.
So we're taking a peek at Ryan Schaefer. He's in the lead. We'll get you a scoring update shortly. You've got that link for the scoring pinned to your chat on YouTube. If you have questions for Mickey, throw them in the chat. We don't get to them now. We're going to have them for Game 7 here on B Squad, but we'll get him back in for a little bit on C Squad as well. He's going to hang out for a little while. I'm sure you got some friends you're going to catch up with here that been around for a while. I mean, I know Sammy Ventura's got about 14 or 15 consecutive years here. Sammy's down on the high end.
Sammy's an old friend, yes.
Yeah. So,
unfortunately, a lot of the people that I competed with, they're not around anymore. So.
Yeah, I haven't seen Carmen. Last time I was lucky enough to see Carmen Salvino, and I think he's the only remaining charter member still with us. Was when Carmen bowled his last Tournament of Champions in 2019. Through his and I was so lucky to get the chance to sit in the booth with him and Tom Hess for 8 games during the first round of match play of that tournament. And boy, the stories that guy can tell. Do you have a good Carmen Salvino story that we can actually talk about? I mean, Carmen's still with us. I mean, I don't want to, not that I'd ever, sully the souls of those that have passed on.
Yeah,
but
actually, I've got 2.
Okay.
One was one of my regional titles. I actually beat Carmen in his own center in Chicago.
Oh.
So that was a real highlight for me because he was definitely crowd favorite.
Yeah, no doubt.
The other one was had to be back in the early 70s, and everybody was looking for an edge. You hold your little finger a certain way. A lot of different things just to try and get some sort of an advantage. So Carmen come out and he had this bowling ball. It had square finger holes. he had taken a file and drilled the holes intentionally small and then made them so he could get his fingers in, and they were square.
Wow.
Well, he makes a TV show. So everybody says, what's going on with the square finger holes? Oh, well, I can't explain all the scientific properties and so forth, but it's something I've been working on for years now. If you know Carmi at the time, he was quite the showman.
Well, yeah, and a little bit of a mad scientist as well. I mean, he holds some bowling patents, so some of the stuff he
exactly
came through with work.
He was instrumental in manufacturing his own bowling ball. I think I was with Brunswick, and
wasn't it the Hyper Power or something like that, or High Power? Yeah, I remember seeing Carmen in the ads.
Well, the problem was they all went out of shape after a while. They became eggs instead of bowling balls.
That's like the Mark 10. The old Brunswick Mark 10 would rib up because of the marbling of the ball.
Yeah, you'd have high and low spots.
Yeah.
To go further on with that, so the next week, Carmen shows up and he's got a couple more of these bowling balls with square finger holes. And, this is back in the time when if a pro bowler had 2 bowling balls, he had one more than most of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. And because one bowling ball was basically like the next one. So that week he makes a TV show again. And everybody said, what's going on with the square finger holes? Come in the next tournament for the practice session, and half the field had square finger holes.
Oh, geez.
It just...
Was there a player services truck at the time? Was Lichtenstein running? Okay, it was way before that. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I can only imagine if somebody walked into Larry's truck and go, "Hey, can you just drill these little tiny finger holes for me, and I'll work it out."
Well, knowing Larry like I do, he would have said, "Yep, it's an extra 100."
Hey, we got a scoring update after 6 games here on B Squad. Ryan Schaefer, your leader, plus 183. Brett Angelo, your defending champion here, second, plus 164. Ron Hurt, third, plus 131. Corey Rockdashell, fourth, plus 122. Tim Bell at that same number. Jovanovic, plus 118. Koivu, plus 115. Bill Watson, plus 107. Tom S, plus 98. So, Mickey, we were talking about this on air. It's like the scoring pace is kind of level off a bit after the 4th and 5th games here.
Yeah, I think this pattern at 39 feet, it tends to transition quite a bit. And then, of course, the bowlers have chosen different ways to play the lanes.
Right.
So as you're going across the house, you may encounter one pair where the bowlers have played more around what we call the track second arrow, and another pair where they've primarily played inside. So that made the lanes break down different. So you move pair to pair as they do after every game, and all of a sudden the ball goes in a completely different place. Now you got to reorient yourself, realign yourself, and then of course some of the better players, they throw the ball in a way that doesn't have as great of an effect from pair to pair.
Yeah. I mean, we're watching Ryan Schaefer go across the house right now, and just the unique ball roll that Ryan has is really, I think, helping him out. And I mean, so many years of experience on the PBA Tour on top of it, that comes into play. I mean, you look at
well, that's another thing. You got a handful, maybe more of players that they've been at this level for 30, 40 years. They didn't just figure out how to bowl yesterday.
Yeah.
And it's amazing to me how they've been able to maintain their abilities, if not get better over the years. they certainly the game has gotten a lot more knowledgeable. You know,
Yeah. How many years have you been in the Bowling Green area now?
I moved here 3 months after I won here,
Okay.
so
So you've seen about
24 years.
I was gonna say, so you've seen about 25 other champions in this event. Brad Angelo is the only bowler to win 3 times, and he's done it 3 times in the last 6 years. What makes Brad so successful in this bowling center? We'll get switched on, and he'll be stepping up on 1 and 2 coming up shortly.
Well, you know, Brad is a technician. He has analyzed every part of the game and analyzed what he has to do to make his game work. And he's very good at discerning what type of release, what type of shot, what type of bowling ball he needs for anything that he encounters. But, you know, primarily the fact it's a smaller center and you're closer together and so forth probably makes Brad a little bit more comfortable. You know, once you win in a center, it's like anything else. It's easier to repeat. But he's certainly got the talent. He could win every week.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah, you mentioned 16 lanes here at Almar Lanes. Back in the days when you bowled on the PBA Tour, you would not have had a national type event, or even maybe, well, you might have some regional events at 16 lane centers, but they were few and far between. Other than the Showboat, which was 106 lanes, what's the biggest center you remember bowling in on tour back in the day?
My very first one. I had just turned 18 and was eligible to join. Went to my very first tournament in Edison, New Jersey. Now, I came from Kansas City at the time, and my home house was 16 lanes.
Okay.
The biggest center in town was 32. And I walked into Edison Lanes in Edison, New Jersey, and it's 112.
Oh, that's right.
lanes.
That's right. It was bigger than Showboat.
It was, and then to make it even worse, on the side walls next to the approach on the high and the low end, they put mirrors.
Oh, jeez. That's a bit unusual.
Yeah. So it was 2.5 city blocks long inside.
Wow. Yeah, straight across, and no support poles, right?
No support poles.
That's incredible.
Yeah. The parking lot was as big as any mall. The mechanic in the back had a motorcycle that he rode on a rail system. There was 2 or 3 of them back there, obviously, for 112 lanes.
Right.
But, you know, what happens if they all get called down to the low end and now, you know, you're at 7 or 8 and
Yeah.
you got a call on 112.
Yeah.
Well, it's 2 blocks that, you know.
I can't imagine. I mean, even back in the Wood Lane days, I can't imagine the difference hitting pair to pair in a 112 lane center. There still had to be some difference, even though it was when back in the day with the PBA, they would always make the centers resurface a couple of weeks before an event.
Yes,
Yeah.
PBA required every center to resurface within 3 months of when we had the event.
Yeah.
And after a while, that went away. But they had to back then the ABC, which was the governing body, not the USBC, they required every center in the country to resurface every year.
Yeah. And especially, I mean, I don't think you were bowling on lacquer back in the day, right? You weren't bowling on shellac?
Lacquer and nitrous cellulose. I did bowl on lacquer.
Oh, really?
And
Okay.
but not a PBA tournament.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've heard that surface was so soft. If you didn't throw the ball hard, it wouldn't hook because
Well-
it would just strip it away because it was such a soft surface.
Yeah, well, and that's the game, and how it's evolved over the years. You know, you go back to the old rubber balls and even the original plastic balls. They were fairly hard, but the finish you were bowling on was soft.
Yeah.
And now with the synthetic lanes and so forth, those are much harder. So now the bowling balls are softer.
Yeah. I remember for a while there when proprietors weren't ready to switch from wood to synthetic and their lanes were down to the nails, especially in the front part of the lane and the heads. They would go to a full lane. It was basically like a 60-foot coating that they unrolled called Lane Shield.
Right.
And I remember a couple of centers that I'd hit in our Friday night traveling league in Milwaukee that had Lane Shield, and the best bowling ball that worked on it was a white dot, was polyester, because everything else it would hit and it would actually seem to hook through the like hook the instant, even with all the oil on the lane.
Well, that Lane Shield was a softer vinyl.
Yeah.
You know, still felt hard to the touch.
Right.
It was probably 70, 75 hardness.
Yeah,
And
it was interesting. There were a lot of people that weren't sad to see that go away.
well,
I always thought it was a pretty good surface, but I always used polyester on it.
it was a bridge, okay, because it was a huge expense to replace your wood lanes with synthetics. So this was a procedure to get you through, and you could save up a couple years income and be able to afford the transition.
Yeah.
Some centers stretching it out to 10 or 12 years, but
Yeah. Yeah, when you'd start to see the indentations in the or they'd retape down the lane shield at the foul line, you knew it was there for a while.
yeah.
So let's take a peek in. Let's see. We're with Brett Angelo here. He's getting ready to step up in lane 2. Not having a great game. He's got he's got a single pin miss out in there. That doesn't help the score sheet, and no doubles through 6 frames. 1 and 2 seems to be a pair that's feast or famine here at Almar Lanes. I mean, everybody says, oh, end pairs are always never good. I know a couple of centers in Milwaukee where the best pairs in the house are end pairs.
Well,
What makes 1 and 2 a little bit different here at Almar?
well, I think personally, I think it's the airflow along lane 1 and lane 16 is the same way. It's another tough pair. That's my opinion. However, there's an old wives' tale in the bowling industry about the end pairs get most of the open play because the bowlers, the brand new customers walk in, they say, put me way down there on the end where nobody can see me. You know.
Angelo gets that one to sit in the pocket, gets only his second strike of the game.
Yeah, I noticed he was making notes and so forth. And, you know, there's a guy that's won 3 out of the last 6 times he's bowled here. Probably knows the house as well as anybody, and yet he's still making updates.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you talked to Bill Wamas about what Bill's doing here for the qualifying round today, but if anybody gets all 8 games 200 or better, he's buying them rib dinners tomorrow night here at Almar. And it's good rib dinners. There's only 2 bowlers here on B Squad that have a chance at it yet. And they're both pretty good. One's a Hall of Famer, and one should be a Hall of Famer. Ryan Schaefer and Mika Koivinemi are the 2 bowlers. And
they're still in the hunt, huh?
They're still in the hunt. Mika's sitting at 107 in the 5th on a double, so he's looking pretty good at getting over 200 again. Ryan Schaefer started with 5 spares.
Well,
and now finally got his first strike. We'll check in on Schaefer momentarily when he steps back up.
Like I told you before, I was originally from Kansas City, and that's barbecue country. And I'll tell you, the ribs here at Almar are as good as anywhere around that you'll find. So even if you don't win one, it's certainly worth it to come and buy one.
I will be having that tomorrow night while I'm packing up. I might eat a rib, wrap a cord, but yeah, I'm definitely going to be taking part in that special tomorrow night after we crown our champion. Step Wire is scheduled for 4 p.m. tomorrow. Barring any ties in the elimination rounds, we should be right on schedule.
You know, that's the funny thing about scoring and so forth. You see a lot of the newer players to this type of game, and they'll bowl a bad game the first or second game, and they just quit.
Yeah.
You know, whereas most of the experienced players, they realize, okay, I'm going to bowl an 8-game block. That means I'm going to have 2 really good games and maybe 2 bad games, and then in between is what's going to get me there or not. So, if you bowl a 160 the second game, that doesn't mean you're out of the tournament.
Right. Yeah, with this 8-game qualifying format, and we saw that earlier with John Conroy, but he bounced back. He started with 730 and then went with a game in the 170s, a game in the 160s, and then brought it back home to get the plus 106 for tomorrow.
Yeah,
That should make it.
I would think so. I think I'm guessing anything 80 or more is going to make the cut.
Yeah, watching practice yesterday and watching the Baker shootout last night, I was thinking about plus 55 to 60, but yeah, I think it's a little more ranging your way. And then you look at some of the names we got coming in on C Squad. I mean, we got some dark. I mean, names are only good for bringing them in the door. They still got to knock the pins down like everybody else. But when you get a Tom Doherty, a Eugene McCune, a Randy Weiss, a Chris Warren, a Dan Higgins Jr., you got some names there, but they still got to throw the same 8 games everybody else does. As Schaefer opens on a pocket 7-10. And boy, 13 and 14 just it bit a couple of players last game. With Corey Rockdashell was up near the top. He's been in the top 2 or 3 all day long, and he bit his way to a fall in the standings.
Yeah, and I don't understand that because historically 13 and 14 is one of the higher scoring pairs in the house, as is 5 and 6.
Yeah. So, and of course, 9 and 10 will be our finals pair on Sunday. Let's give you a little close-up view on that for everybody. I love the banner that's right in the middle. Does that banner stay up all year long for you?
That's been up, yes, quite several years. And then over to the left of that is my good friend Steve Etzel's banner.
Okay.
Who also is a resident in the area and won a tournament. He's retired full bird colonel.
Oh.
And, once he retired, he took up bowling. And at 55 or 56 years of age, he ended up being a pretty good player and joined the PBA and then came out and won one event.
Wow.
So it's never too late.
Yeah, didn't really take it seriously until he was out of the armed forces, huh?
Well, he
dabbled in it.
He was in regular Army, and he was a full bird colonel, so he had a lot of responsibility. It's not like they're out playing golf all the time.
No. I mean, there's a lot of military bases that do have bowling centers available for everyone to use. I mean, it's such a huge department with morale, welfare, MWR, morale, welfare, and I can't remember the last one. Relaxation, I don't know. MWR, I know they call them
special services. Maybe?
Yeah, now I think that's what used to be MWR. I think you're right now. It's special services, but yeah, so many bowling centers, and there's so many PBA professionals and PWBA professionals that give back to the military. You see players like Sean Rash, EJ Tackett, Stephanie Zavala going overseas to the military bases and giving lessons and giving clinics for the military. And of course, the military championships in Las Vegas every year, my goodness. I mean, that runs for a month at South Point Bowling Plaza. A few squads a day for a month. It's amazing how throughout the different branches of the military, bowling brings them all together in a social setting. And boy, Ryan Schaefer
I
just
remember
found more
qualifying for that tournament when I was stationed at Fort Carson, Colorado. And I went to my first sergeant and I said, I'm on a post bowling team. And he said, oh, yeah, I know. He said, but what do you got this time? I said, well, I got to go to this tournament. He said, well, wait a second, we got a field problem. And I said, well, I'm the captain of the team, and we got to go to this tournament. So he says, let me see the orders. And it says T.D. White of Las Vegas, Nevada. And he had a fit. but I ended up going. And
Was it at the Showboat, I assume, then?
oh yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
That's probably the only center that could fit something that large on the West Coast.
And bowling was at that time was quite a bit different. You still primarily rubber balls, some plastic, but in fact, before 1971 or so, the only one I ever saw throw a plastic ball most of the time was Dick Hoover,
Okay.
and because it was the only thing he could get to hook. He threw it so hard.
It's great that if you go down a YouTube rabbit hole, sometimes you can find people that somehow, I mean, videotape really didn't become a big thing until, for home use till the early 70s.
Right.
But yet you can still find people that, found old championship bowling kinescopes and, were lucky enough to save them and have them out there in early years of the PBA.
Well, and
where
there
you
were
get
a
to
lot of bowling shows.
Oh, yeah.
Make
Make That Spare, championship bowling were a couple of the first ones.
Yeah, championship bowling. A lot of the top players, Billy G. I saw Sutar on there.
Okay.
Bob Chase out of Kansas City. But it's really fun to watch that because it's a totally different game.
Yeah. Yeah, the wood lanes, everybody was using a dark colored bowling ball. I still wish somebody would have found there were so many bowling shows, whether local or national or whatever, that just had the videotapes they did have in the 50s and 60s and 70s just destroyed because they had to reuse them because the tapes were so expensive. Because Carmen Salvino was telling me one time about how he bowled a match on TV in New York City, and they coated the lanes black, and they used white bowling balls, and the arrows and everything were white. They drew white arrows on the lanes. That had to be pretty neat to see, even on a black and white TV back in the day.
Different contrast.
Yeah.
You brought up Carmen again. I'll tell you one more story about him.
Okay.
We had an international tournament in Japan. First time the PBA ever went to Japan. It was called the Ebonite Cup.
Okay.
And so I guess there was probably a dozen, maybe 16 of the top players that were invited over to Japan, and the country just made a big deal out of this. Well, it was like a normal PBA tournament where you had a number of games of qualifying and then of finals, a step ladder, and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
But the day before, of course, they have a practice session. So Carmen was one of the top players there at the time, and they bowled a practice session, and one of the Japanese guys came up and said, "Carmen, what do you think of the lanes?" And Carmen said, "Well, they're pretty good. It'd be nice if they had a little bit more oil." Don't want to say that over there. Because they walked in the next day and the lanes were flooded. Nobody got to hook the ball at all. And it wasn't that we hooked the ball a lot then, but
right.
I mean, it was just soup.
Everybody's throwing it and they're leaving 5, 8, 10s. A few of them, I'm sure.
But it was a shock.
Yeah.
But sometimes, the guy was just trying to make them better.
Right.
And
he made them better for somebody. Somebody's got to win, no matter what.
If I remember right, Jim Gerdeman won that tournament.
Okay.
And I'm going off of memory, and it doesn't always serve me.
That's fine. Nobody's going to call you out on it. Trust me. Nobody's going that deep in the
Nobody else remembers back that far.
Right. Well, hey, Mickey, thanks for sending in with a game for us now. we get to bring you back in here tonight for a game or so. We'll get you game 2, C Squad. A
Certainly.
few more stories and everything. We'll get all the players introduced during
I
game
enjoy
1.
it.
Oh, I'm sure the fans out there watching right now, we'll have a few more once everybody on the West Coast gets out of work as well. We'll have to
Maybe
get some.
somebody will send in a question or two.
Yeah, I'm sure they can drop it in the chat later on. Mickey, thanks for sitting in with us. We've got game 8 coming up next here for B Squad. C Squad should take to the lanes right about 7:30 Eastern time tonight. Thanks, Mickey.
You bet.
right, a single game remaining here for B squad. And there's the only man eligible for the Almar Lanes Rib Dinner Award, Mika Koivuniemen. And Mika got a little quick on that one. And you see right there, he's talking to himself in Finnish on the way back. As he's going to be looking at shooting a 210. We'll get you the 7-game scoring update as soon as it comes across the wire. Thanks again to Mickey Hyam for the great stories. Mickey, tour player in the 60s, 70s, into the 80s, and then more of a regional player in the 90s and early aughts. Still involved in the sport here in Bowling Green. Always good to hear directly from the people that helped shape the PBA back in its growth days. And hopefully the PBA will start growing again pretty soon. A lot more college kids taking the chance of coming on the PBA tour after they're done with school. And even some young players like Eric Jones and Dio Bernard that said, hey, I want my education on the lanes. And they've had some good success for those young players. And the versatility that they're starting to show on the lanes when you have a Dio Bernard or an Eric Jones that can use all 39 boards on the lane with their style, throwing reverse hooks, regular hooks, straight balls, figure eights. Well, no, not figure eights, obviously, but it wouldn't surprise me someday if they were throwing figure eights. We were talking about with Mickey about shellac lanes, and if you go back and look at some of the old Andy Verapapa highlights, if everybody remembers the Wheaties commercial that we ran with in accordance with the PBA tournaments on Fox right before the pandemic, those Andy Verapapa trick shot videos, those are all done on shellac lanes, so you could do things on those lanes with those bowling balls that you couldn't do nowadays. I've seen a couple people throw bowling balls that start to hook left and then hook back right, but I don't think they're drillings that would be legal to use in competition. But Andy had a way with those bowling balls back in the day, those hard rubber bowling balls and the soft shellac lane surfaces. He could get things to happen that nobody else could. The first great showman of bowling, Andy Verapapa. And it was great a few times back when we visit with Extra Frame to Mid-County Lanes in Middletown, Delaware. They've hosted a couple of PBA Tour stops over the last few years. Boog Curl's first win in Delaware. It was great having a chance to catch up with Andy Verapapa III and hear stories about the great things his grandfather did off the lanes as well as on them. So as you mentioned, Mika Koivuniemen, he's not in the top place in the standings, but he's trying to get himself dinner tomorrow night. Your leader on the squad is the man who's your defending champion and a 3-time winner here, Brad Angelo. Brad with a little hiccup in the middle of his block with a 166 game 3. Follow that up with 239, 257, 203, 214 to get to plus 178. So Angelo's going to need a pretty big game to get past Steve Kenyon to lead overall. Kenyon off of A squad at plus 244. Ryan Schaefer, we saw the damage he took in game 7 with a 167 game. Dropped Schaefer back to plus 150. Same number that Mika Koivuniemen is at. Anthony Jovanovic at plus 142. Ron Hurt plus 137. Tom Hess plus 120. Corey Rockshell's hanging tough. He had a hot start, but Rockshell, since game 4, has put up scores of 192, 183, 196 to be at plus 118. Bill Watson plus 97. Tim Bell plus 89. round out your bowlers that are in the top 20 overall using the PBA plus-minus scoring system off an A and B squad. We're going to look at advancing 29 bowlers to tomorrow. So let's look at 20th place right now, and it's a score from Chuck Lipicka III off of A squad at plus 58. That's a bit surprising to me. But we're seeing these bowlers at the end of their blocks struggling to put up big numbers, coming off a pair in game 7 or 8 with 220 is a pretty solid score at this point in time. A couple bowlers here in B squad that can still get past that plus 58 number. Sammy Ventura at plus 43. Michael Haggett plus 40. Brian Schmidt plus 36. Are the bowlers close enough to that number? Then it falls quite a bit back after Schmidt here on B squad. I said earlier, plus 55 to 60 when we first started today. I was starting to doubt myself, and now I'm thinking to myself, depending on what C squad sees and what they perform, it could be that for 29th place. I mean, the lane condition is going to be the same for all of them. They're all getting the fresh application, the Mike Albee pattern. This pattern's been laid out in this center for everything, and I mean everything. Open play, bad bowler party league, regular league, last night's Baker shootout. It's been out there for 2 weeks, the only pattern being run. You're not going to get a truer pattern from squad to squad to squad at a PBA regional event than you're going to here at Elmar Lanes. So once again, some of the notables you're going to see coming in on C squad. Scheduled start time, we're hoping for 7:30. We may have to push that back a little bit. If we do, we'll change it on the YouTube channel so that way you don't have to hang around by your laptop or your phone. You'll get that notification when we go live. And we'll kind of base that off the finishing time we're going to have on this block. They have to re-oil all 16 lanes with the Albee pattern. It has to sit into the lanes for a little bit before the bowlers can start their practice session on it. Yeah, we may be looking at closer to 7:45. Before the start of C squad. See, there's a question in the chat about somebody looking to come in and bowl their first regional qualifier. Joe, make sure you pay attention to the non-members meeting or the first-timers meeting, depending if you're a member or not. If it's your first event, you still have to sit in. Pay full attention. Make sure you know the double jump rule and ask questions during the practice session. You'll find enough players out here that if you go, hey, my first event, I want to make sure I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, they'll walk you through it. They don't want to see you come out and fail in a practice session. They're going to help you out. Once the lights turn on and you start marking for score the next day, they might not be as friendly, let's be honest. They're not out here for tea and crumpets on the PBA Regional Tour. There's titles to win and money to be won, but they'll help you make sure that your experience is a decent one. Even if you don't bowl the greatest, just make sure you're paying attention to your surroundings and make sure you're filling out your score sheets correctly. Make sure that you're putting your ball serial numbers on there when it's needed. Yeah. Some events have sweepers. I know when I stream the Celeste Walker Memorial in Lockport, Illinois on Memorial Day weekend every year, they have a Friday night sweeper that all the regional players are eligible to bowl in. So last night here in Bowling Green, it was a Baker shootout. So they had 16 four-player teams signed up. Each one of those teams bid on the services of having a PBA50 Pro on their team, and then they bowled 16 Baker games. And the good part about that for the professionals, if they were on one of the cashing teams, they got 1/5 of the money, 1/5 of the prize money that the team won. So like last night, Mika Koivuniemen here earned himself $500 as his team finished in second place. There was almost $10,000 up for grabs in that Baker shootout. Between the prize money and all the money from the auction, the players also went into the prize fund. So a pretty good night for Mika last night, having some fun with some amateurs and taking home 5 Benjamins. So Mika Koivuniemen bouncing back after that second frame open with the 210 with sparing a 4-bagger, and starting to look like he won't have to buy his dinner tomorrow night. Bill and Yogi Wamas will be buying it for him. Oh, it's going to be finger-licking good rib sauce tomorrow night for Mika, as he's going to have his 8th consecutive game of 200 or better. And the first winner of this year's Almar Lanes Rib Dinner Award goes to Mika Koivuniemen. Also going to put him in pretty good standings in the tournament overall, as all pinfalls going to carry over from round to round until we're through our 17th game in the round of 8 elimination round tomorrow, and then we'll seed our bowlers into a step ladder. The top 4 bowlers will make that step ladder. That's scheduled for 4 p.m. Eastern time on Friday. So you'll get some fun bowling to kick off your weekend here from Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio. So once again, not seeing a bunch of tons right now. We're seeing a few decent scores, but it's for players that a little too far away from the cut for jumping into it. Imagine, like we said, 20th position. They're taking 29, so all the C squad bowlers probably going to be looking at that 20th position just as a guide. And right now, with that being plus 58, dead score of Chuck Lipica, that may affect how some of the C squad bowlers hit the lanes for their 15 minutes of practice, and then what equipment they'll use to get things underway here when they get to the lanes on C squad. Once again, that start time pushed back a little bit. We're probably looking at after the rail. Probably practice starting around 7:30-ish, maybe a little later. We'll come back live 7:45 Eastern time. Those of you in the East time zone, you're going to get some late night bowling. Those of you joining us now on the West Coast, be able to fire up a little dinner during the break and join us for 8 games C Squad. And Mika looking for the big punch and the big finish. I'm going to do a Google search right now. Are barbecue ribs a thing in Finland? See what answer I get. Oh, apparently American-style smoking has sparked a massive barbecue boom in Finland. A vibrant local barbecue culture taking root from backyard summer grills. Thank you, Google. So I'm sure Mika's had a little barbecue in time, but I don't know if it's going to be as good as the ribs he's going to have tomorrow night here at Almar Lanes because they're going to be free, thanks to Bill and Yogi Wamas, our host proprietors here. So we're going to let B Squad finish. We're going to get some housekeeping done. Thanks again to Mickey Heim for sitting in with us. We'll bring Mickey back in on C Squad, talk a little bit more about PBA back in the 60s and 70s. Tour back then. If you have questions for him, we'll let you throw them in the chat once we get the C Squad. Like I said, for right now, we're going to have that start time 7:45 Eastern time. If you haven't already set your notifications on the PBA YouTube channel, do it so that way you're notified when we come back on the air here from Almar Lanes in Bowling Green, Ohio, with the 2026 PBA50 Gary Schluchter Memorial Central Midwest Classic presented by UE2 Chris Lindquist Progressive Gerdeman Insurance Agency. I'm $2 Phil Bradlow. Hey, parents, take the kids bowling. They're going to have fun for life. We'll see you back here in a little over an hour for C Squad.
Right now, yeah. I know.